So with that, I'd like to hand over to Jim Costa to start a meeting that I'm really interested in. I've been a fan of Alfred Russel Wallace's for a very long time, and it's quite appropriate that we're celebrating the 150th anniversary of the publication of the Malay Archipelago, which I still maintain is the best travel book ever written, bar none, but in a place which is very close to where Darwin and Wallace's original papers outlining the theory of evolution by natural selection were read. They weren't read in this room, they were read close to this room, but the magic pervades the courtyard. So welcome everyone, and over to you, Jim.
Thanks so much, Sandy, for that wonderful introduction. And wow, how wonderful to see so many fellow Wallaceophiles in this room. Delighted to be here today, welcoming you to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Alfred Russel Wallace's The Malay Archipelago. And before we start, I want to thank the Linnean Society for hosting us here today. And with a special thanks to Leanne Melbourne, who's sitting in the back, who really has worked with me for some time now, has done a lot of behind-the-scenes organization, very, very appreciative for all of her efforts. Isabelle Chametier, who's created this wonderful display for us, a librarian here at the Linnean. We have some precious Wallace artifacts, including a number of, I think all of these books perhaps are actually from the new Darwin-Wallace collection, which was donated to the Linnean Society by the Charles Darwin Trust. And we'll have an opportunity, I hope today, to visit the Discovery Room, the Darwin-Wallace Discovery Room downstairs with a fabulous library that's been donated by the Trust. Which reminds me that I'd like to also acknowledge the support of the Charles Darwin Trust, especially in co-sponsoring our keynote speaker later today. It really is a special pleasure to have this opportunity to celebrate Wallace with you. And I just want to say a little bit of sort of maybe set the tone here, set the context for why we're here. Wallace, thinking about Wallace's observations, his travels, his explorations, the ideas that grew out of those travels, they're very much with us today. Some of them hotly debated still in scientific circles. There was a lot of interesting social commentary that's very interesting and timely in many ways. So I think of him as very contemporaneous. His ideas are certainly very contemporaneous, and so contemporaneous that we can almost think about him maybe the way Tony Bentley envisions him. This is a kind of MC Alf, Tony Bentley's wonderful Wallace sculpture. Can imagine. I think we need Richard Milner to maybe develop an appropriate rap for MC Alf. He's a figure that looms so large. So in celebrating this, this book, I wanted to reflect just a little bit on how much flows from this book. This is a book, right, chronicling Wallace's travels in the Malay Archipelago, that, as he put it, chronicling 8 years of wandering throughout the Malay Archipelago, which constituted the central and controlling incident of my life. Fair to say, although he did have prior travels, that many of his most incisive ideas and watershed contributions have stemmed from those travels, those 8 years in that wonderful archipelago. And by his own account, he covered some 14,000 miles in 8 years, collecting over 125,000 specimens, 1,000 or more of them new to science at the time. He had, of course, adventure upon adventure. And those of you familiar with this book will know that the wonderful illustrations nicely document the wonderful flora, the fauna, the people, the landscapes that he experienced. He had many an interesting adventure, made many an interesting and incisive observation. Also misadventures, run-ins with pirates, shipwreck mishaps. Being stranded in places. Here is the memorable incident of discovering a very, very large snake in his hut. Those of you familiar with the Linnean Society will be familiar with the skin of that hapless snake that now resides here in the Society. We'll see that in the library today. And speaking of the Linnean, what better place to celebrate this Wallace and this book. This was the place, actually, that it has special resonance for me personally, because this is the place that, with my friend and colleague Andrew Berry, that I first encountered Wallace's notebooks. And so here in the Linnean Society Library, we have the most amazing collection. His Malay notebooks, his species notebook, other notebooks that give us a very in-depth kind of sense of Wallace kind of boots on the ground, in action, you know. And if we look at those notebooks, we just see, the workaday Wallace, the practicalities that he's dealing with of collecting specimens, preparing specimens, his natural history observations. He's using his notebook as a kind of on-the-fly field guide, as you see here with these drawings and the wings of beetles pasted in. We have natural history observations like these of the birds of paradise and dissections, for example. Here in this notebook, we have Wallace revealing his plans for writing a book arguing for transmutation, arguing for evolution. Remarkable, a book that never was realized, but there it was, all laid out, 30, 40 pages of incisive observations arguing for the reality of species change. There it is. Just remarkable, the insights that this individual gained while traveling in the Malay Archipelago. Many of the passages that we find in the book, The Malay Archipelago, can be found in his notebooks, sometimes almost verbatim. It's kind of remarkable. You imagine Wallace perhaps writing this out, late at night, after a long day's collecting. And remarkably, almost word for word, you'll find entries in these notebooks. They're reproduced in the book, The Malay Archipelago. Like you see here, an account of hunting a very large orangutan. And of course, observation upon observation of fascinating bird behavior, birds of paradise and other birds. Insect collections of various kinds, the very specimens that were used in many cases to illustrate the Malay Archipelago, we can find in collections now. And we find remarkably, as a naturalist, no mere collector. Wallace did not travel in order to collect. He collected in order to travel, and he traveled in order to, explore the mysteries, especially of species origins, and to really understand, the relationships of species and their origins in space and time, a theme of my talk a little bit later. So here he is in the Malay Archipelago, firing off paper after paper, incisive paper after incisive paper at that time, written in the field and ultimately published back here in Britain. Right? This is also a journey that launched Wallace's intellectual interests in many topics, biogeography and evolution certainly, but also ethnology. This is a journey that led eventually to what are recognized as landmark scientific contributions, especially in the realm of biogeography. His geographical distribution of animals and island life stand as classics in the field. But beyond scientific contributions, we know that Wallace is a fascinating and multifaceted individual. We know that he became deeply interested in spiritualism and began to interpret much of what he observed in the natural world, especially concerning humans, through that lens. And so he's a very complicated figure. But again, many of these works, this interest, we can confidently say also flows from experiences and observations in the Malay Archipelago. And of course, social justice, right? Another very, very important strain of thought with Wallace is his growing interest, especially later in life, in social justice issues, his deep and abiding concern with the welfare of people, with the future improvement of society. We'll be exploring many of these subjects today. This event partly is celebrating the publication of this book, the Alfred Russel Wallace Companion. You all will have a flyer courtesy of University of Chicago Press in your packets. If you're interested in this Wallace companion volume, you have Chicago is providing a conference discount rate for that. And I'm so pleased to actually be sharing the stage today with several of the contributors to this volume. My co-editor, David Collard. Charles Smith is our third kind of musketeer who couldn't be here today, but we've edited this volume with a number of contributions, thinking about Wallace's scientific as well as social thinking, the evolution of his thought, and where his ideas stand today in many respects. So I'm especially delighted that about half or more of our speakers today are contributors to the Alfred Russel Wallace Companion. I want to thank those friends and colleagues for being here, as well as others. Well, without further ado, I'm going to pass the baton on. I'm just going to maybe give Sir David Attenborough the last word here, just saying it sums it up very nicely to say that in Sir David's words, you know, there is no more admirable character in the history of science than Alfred Russel Wallace. And we stand to gain tremendously by continuing to study him, to think about his insights, his contributions here these many, many years later. So without further ado, I thank you all very much, and I will pass the baton on to Richard Milner. And Richard will be giving a talk that is a little bit of a departure from the one in the program. Richard has been working as a freelance editor for the Wallace Correspondence Project, and he's going to be giving us some insights on Alfred Russel Wallace's America as seen through his family letters. So Richard, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Yes, that's my slides.
Step in the right direction. See the slides.
Right.
And this is your advancer. These are my notes.
Thank you so much, Jim.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Wonderful to be back here at the Linnean Society to stand in for my friend George Beccaloni, director of the Wallace Correspondence Project, which now holds about 2,100 letters from Wallace, 2,600 letters to Wallace, and 700 others relating to Wallace, almost 5,400 letters in total. So I've changed my plan today instead of what I had listed. My new title is, let's get this going here. The lower one. My new title is Alfred Russel Wallace's America as seen through his family letters. And I'm going to focus on the story of the remarkably adventurous Wallace siblings in America. Like the fictional Zelig or Forrest Gump, they seem to pop up as central characters in the most interesting and famous historical settings which they write about to each other and to their mother, Mary Ann, back in England. Wallace, a genius, a field biologist, cartographer, botanist, anthropologist, and co-discoverer with Darwin and the theory of evolution by natural selection. This morning, I'm going to explore some of the socio-cultural context in which he lived through eyewitness accounts by Alfred and his siblings in America, rather than recount the more familiar territory of scientific achievements and discovery, which no doubt you'll hear bits of throughout the day. A few years before the famous gold rush of 1849, Alfred's elder brother, John, lit out for California, one of the pioneering 49ers. His sister, Frances, known as Fanny, emigrated to the Deep South, where she founded schools for planters' daughters in Alabama and Georgia, and taught Sunday school to black slave children on her own time. Alfred toured many cities of the US and Canada in the late 1880s, giving lectures on his twin passions, natural history and spiritualism, and wound up in California marveling at the groves of big trees that he'd always wanted to visit, and guided by no less a person than the legendary premier ecologist John Muir, the founder of the wilderness conservation movement in America and father of the national parks. For his zeal and dedication to natural history, some dismissed Wallace as a mere enthusiast rather than a serious savant. In an 1859 letter to his brother-in-law, he wrote, quote, "So far from being angry at being called an enthusiast, it is my pride and glory to be worthy to be so called. Who ever did anything good or great who was not an enthusiast? The majority of mankind are enthusiasts only in one thing, in money-getting. And these call others enthusiasts as a term of reproach because they think there is something in the world better than money-getting. It strikes me that the power or capability of getting rich is in inverse proportion to a man's reflective powers and in direct proportion to his impudence," as we well know in America now. Let's begin with Alfred's sister, Frances, known as Franny, who was bright, intelligent, and feisty, though a bit naive. Early on, she spurned the notion of marriage to wealthy suitors and chose the path of an independent, self-sufficient career. In 1844, she was hired as a teacher in Georgia and later moved to Montgomery, Alabama. Oh my gosh, I've got to keep my slides moving. Okay, he wanted to be a surveyor like that. And there's the mother that they all wrote letters to, often copying and transcribing and sending them on to each other. And these are the correspondents that I'm talking about, John, Alfred, and Fanny. And so I'm starting with Fanny now. Her letters of 1845 implore her brothers to come and join her. They would prosper with their engineering and surveying skills and soon become gentlemen farmers. Then they could bring their mother over to join them for her version of an emigrant's American dream in a pre-Civil War South. At first, her letters spoke about how kindly the masters were to their slaves and never spoke harshly to them. She was mainly in contact with cooks and housemaids, like the archetypal, those are the kind of houses that Frances lived in, like the archetypal Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. I don't know if you have them over here. We grew up with them. They were invented during the 1930s to sell pancake batter and rice. If these corporate icons could only speak, Aunt Jemima might have told Uncle Ben, "You're a credit to your rice." Thanks for not groaning. In one household that Fanny visited, the owners were never called masters, she wrote, but employers. And the slaves were called servants, never slaves. So you see, they had this sort of political speak even then to disguise what was really going on. But soon enough, the realities and horrors of slavery began to penetrate her consciousness. Now here is an excerpt that knocked me out. It's an April 1844 letter to her brother Alfred. She writes, "Alfred, I will relate something that occurred during our walk. I saw at a distance a kind of cavalcade, and the people appeared to be dressed in a variety of colors. I could not make it out in such a lonely place, and the girls said, 'Here are some travelers coming.' I thought I would observe how people journeyed in these parts. Soon they came up to us, but what should I see? But a number of Negroes of all ages walking two and two. As Mrs. Perez and I looked at them, I suppose astonished, I said, 'Where are you going to, the next town?' They replied, 'We don't know.' One of the pupils near me said, 'Ma'am, they are traders.' Mrs. Perez and myself at the same instant said, 'What do they trade in?' But as they passed on, behind them appeared several white men, and at once we understood it all. The poor creatures stared at us, but were soon gone. Then came carts full of children who could not walk. I could see though dimly through my tears, that there were very young children and infants asleep. And as the last man passed by, the white man that cried out, "Want a good, strong working girl, ladies, or a quiet housekeeping woman?" We said no and walked on, but neither of us could speak. No one can tell the extraordinary feeling of seeing human beings being driven to market for the first time. This was door-to-door slave salesmen in the country. No person can tell their thoughts. I have no doubt that they have fine feelings, but they are treated like beasts and their spirits broken. Black girls have some amusing ideas about England. They think it must be such a very poor country because the Englishmen can have no corn and no cotton and no watermelons, for they have no black people to raise them and harvest them. So they are almost starved. And they think the sun never shines enough in England to ripen anything. These indoor slaves are happy creatures when they meet with a kind mistress. They live in their own huts, and I never knew this. After the hours of serving, they do as they like, and they are never interfered with after they have done in the house. They are often up half the nights visiting one another or having prayer meetings, which are now quite the fashion. They have their own preachers who can read and preach from the Bible. The blacks sing well. They get our tunes and sing long psalms from memory. What I have just related, Alfred, is not from hearsay, but what I am eyewitness to. To her mother, Mary Ann, Franny wrote in 1845, "In my mind, sometimes I wish I possessed a fairy wand which could emancipate all slavery. Then prudence bids me look into her image glass when I see them all rising against their masters, the whites in general, without reserve. Even the kind-hearted masters must fall." In 4 different letters, Frances begs Alfred and John to join her in Georgia. They could make a good living and then become gentlemen farmers, bring their mother, and all enjoy a good life. Resting on slavery, of course. Alfred finally replies that after much thought, he has decided to go to the Amazon jungle and collect insects instead. In 1849, he writes a letter about the rainforest in Brazil. Here, no one who has any feeling of the magnificent and the sublime can be disappointed. The somber shade, the enormous size and height, the columns that rise 100 feet without throwing out a single branch, the parasitic plants and strange fruits produce feelings of admiration and awe. It is here, too, that the rarest birds, loveliest insects, and most interesting mammals are to be found. Here lurk the jaguar and the boa constrictor, and here, amid the densest shade, the bellbird tolls his peal, unquote. After 4 years' hard work, exploring, map-making, and collecting thousands of specimens to ship home for sale, Alfred's beloved younger brother Herbert came to visit, promptly got malaria and yellow fever and died. Despondent and grief-stricken, Alfred loaded his notes and collections onto a ship bound for England, but it burned at sea. Wallace described the conflagration in a letter to naturalist Richard Spruce in 1892. It now presented a magnificent and awful spectacle as it rolled over, looking like a huge cauldron of fire. The whole cargo, then she saw the actual slaves, and she had a little different picture than Aunt Jemima. Okay. There's a store sells Negroes and Chinaware. Okay, so the magnificent and sublime, and then the ship burns, and all my private collections of insects and birds, hundreds of new and beautiful species, sketches, drawings, journals, everything was lost, and I had not one species left to illustrate the wild scenes I had beheld. The self-reliant and unsinkable and prophetic brother John writes to his mother in 1853, "I was much grieved to hear of the great loss my brother has suffered. Unfortunately, fires at sea and shipwrecks are so common that much cannot be made out of them. He's still young enough to recover from this setback and go on to make a great name for himself as a naturalist." In June 1853, Alfred writes to the Royal Geological Society asking for free passage to the Malay Archipelago and is granted the journey. Now, I'm going to go through these quickly because you're all going to know these things. He goes to the Malay Archipelago. He sees the tribesmen in Aru shooting the birds of paradise down off the trees for selling their skins. He goes to a village and he barters for skins and trade. And his accomplishments there, and Ternate, of course, he starts writing this paper. But here's, thanks to Andrew Berry, a summary of his accomplishments. thousands of species, how many miles he travels, 14,000 miles. He comes up with Wallace's line and so on. Sends the letter to Darwin that we all know about, and Darwin is amazed and astonished and upset. Of course. Now here's a little bit more about John writing to his mother in 1853. Okay. He's in the gold rush. He says, "Mother, I have been elected superintendent and chief engineer to the Tuolumne County Water Company, which is in no way to be sneezed at." He describes to her the turmoil in the gold fields and is wary of the miners, his customers for tons of water that are used to flush out the gold fields. The miners make their own laws regulating the mines, in many cases in opposition to the general laws of the state. Thus, a law was passed allowing all foreigners to mine by paying a certain monthly tax. But Chinese and Mexicans are not allowed by the miners to work at all, tax or no tax. They carry out their ideas of liberty and equality by driving them out of town, and the government does nothing to intervene. And I'm going to skip over it because I want to end on time. There's so much stuff here. These letters are just so wonderful. After some years, the water company prospered, gold was recovered in abundance, and the area became a boom town. John became a prominent citizen and was elected U.S. Senator, where he befriended the wealthy and imperious, that's Stockton, California in 1860. If any of you know California. Stockton, 1860, great picture, huh? This is they named a small town after John called Wallace, which still exists. Population now 400. Here's their baseball team in 1906. Notice the Wallace jerseys. See that? Wallace, they've all got Wallace on their uniforms. Well, Leland Stanford, let's go to Leland Stanford. We'll get to that. When he comes to visit his brother, who he hasn't seen in 40 years, in California. And his brother says, "What do you want to see more than anything else?" And Wallace says, "The big trees." And so he, through Leland Stanford, arranges for Alfred to see the big trees. He puts him up in one of the grandest hotels in San Francisco, which is kind of comical when you consider the kind of hut he lived in when he was in Papua New Guinea. I mean, the contrast here. And by the way, he couldn't live in the hut. It was too full of insects. He lived under the hut. And that's Leland Stanford, a robber baron, governor of California, U.S. Senator, founder of Stanford University, and a dabbler in spiritualism, which is why he wanted to meet Wallace. He wasn't interested in natural history. He was interested in Wallace as a spiritualist. Here at Stanford University, they had this zoology building, and they had the great giants of the day up on pedestals. That was Louis Agassiz, who was an anti-evolutionist zoologist at the time and countered Darwin at every turn. There was an earthquake in 1906, and he fell off his pedestal headfirst into the ground, and the president of the university remarked that he much preferred Agassiz in the abstract, not so much in the concrete. So Wallace goes to the redwood trees, which he adores. And he writes a bunch of letters about how wonderful the big trees are to everyone, telling how much he adores them, and how he bonded with the naturalist and conservationist John Muir. They hit it off famously. And interestingly enough, Alfred regaled John Muir with tales of the Amazon. He got John Muir interested in the Amazon. Almost 20 years later, Muir went on a camping trip at the Yosemite Wilderness with President Theodore Roosevelt, traveling with pack mules and sleeping under the stars. He persuaded Roosevelt to place the Yosemite Valley and nearby Mariposa Grove of big trees under federal protection as part of a new national park. He also founded the Sierra Club, an organization that still actively advocates America's wilderness heritage, and is an early ecologist. Quote from Muir: "When we try to pick out anything by itself to save, we find it hitched to everything else in the universe." Well, President Roosevelt was convinced. He wanted to preserve the trees for our children and our children's children. Formerly an avid hunter, Roosevelt, through the influence of John Muir and the indirect influence of Wallace, became the most active conservationist president in the nation's history. TR created federal bird sanctuaries, national parks, including Yosemite, game refuges, national forests. And Muir, for his part, influenced by Wallace's tales of his years in the Amazon, at the age of 73, not many people know this, John Muir took off alone at the age of 73 to spend a year wandering in the Brazilian rainforest to see what Alfred Wallace had seen. It was his last journey. Now, how am I on time? Do I have any left?
We've got a couple minutes.
Okay. All right, so there's John Muir as a young man and as a stamp. And there's my friend, I'm writing a book about this painter, Jerry Maternes. He painted this picture of Muir and Roosevelt looking at Yosemite Valley. And you know, one of the things that impressed Wallace and everybody else was you could cut out these trees, drive a hole in them, and you could drive a team of horses through it, or you could drive a car through it, and an early model car, and you could drive a late model car. And the thing that always impresses me when I see this is, why do thousands of people feel the need to drive through trees? I don't get it. And some of those trees eventually toppled down in storms because they were weakened that way. Okay, let's quickly go to the spiritualism stuff. And Wallace, of course, believed in life after death and that you could contact spirits. This is a lecture hall in Stockton where he lectured on spiritualism, and he also spoke on oceanic islands on another night. That was Wallace. One night Bird's Nest, one night Oceania, next night Surviving Death as a Spirit. This is the Pioneer Hall in San Francisco where Wallace delivered his most successful lecture on spiritualism in 1887 while he was on this tour with his brother and meeting his brother. And Wallace wrote in one of his letters, he says, I was astonished to find that my lecture on spiritualism brought in 3 times the audience of my lectures on natural history and twice the revenue. He said, I think there is, I love this, he said, I think there is something in the air, the crisp, clear air of Northern California that is conducive to psychic experiences. And it's still true. And Wallace noticed that. I won't dwell on this. I've written on this in Scientific American. This was the trial of Henry Slade, a con man, a psychic, who pretended to communicate with spirits from the beyond. It was a trial. He was prosecuted, first time a scientist ever prosecuted a psychic for fraud. That's Ray Lancaster, a student of Thomas Huxley, who's doing the prosecution. That's Slade over on this side. And here we have Darwin actually, and I discovered this, I'm happy to say, contributed funds to Henry Slade's prosecution secretly, while Wallace turns out to be the star expert witness for the defense. So now you have the 2 greatest naturalists of their day fighting with each other when the supernatural goes on trial. That's a great story. These are spirit pictures of Wallace that these various con men made, and he thought they were authentic. These spirits were everyone from old ladies to Arabian princes and American Indians. And this was a slate. This was one of the tricks. The writing would appear on a locked slate. And this is my article in Scientific American about that story. A spirit rapping seance, what foxes will say, geese and asses will believe. Evolution proved by spiritualism. The spirit persists. I won't take more time. So here's Alfred with his wife and his daughter, Violet. And this is a statue that was made. George Beccaloni was the driving force behind this. It's at the museum now. I'm almost done, Jim. And a portrait of Wallace takes its place next to the Darwin statue in London's Natural History Museum, which you can see by this picture is really a cathedral of natural history. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Wallace, which you can read for yourself. No one deserves either praise or blame for the ideas that come to him, but only for the actions resulting therefrom. It is only by patient thought and work that they come to be accepted and utilized. Truth is born into the world only with pangs and tribulations, and every fresh truth is received unwillingly. And that is my tale of the day. Thank you very much.
But to keep us moving, my pleasure to introduce. Oh,
yeah, it's all right.
there you go, Richard.
There, okay. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay.
Very nimble.
There you go.
Okay, good.
My friend Andrew Berry, who is a lecturer at Harvard University and Wallaceophile extraordinaire, author of Infinite Tropics and Alfred Russel Wallace anthology. Many of you may be familiar with that. And Andrew will be giving us an interesting perspective on Wallace's trials and tribulations in writing the Malay Archipelago. So thank you, Andrew. Oh, should we cue that up for you?
I'm
You've got
getting
it.
there.
There you go. Perfect.
And the clicker.
It's,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to take it home.
Richard, you've taken it hostage. First of all, it's a real pleasure and privilege, indeed honor, to be here. I first came here when I was, I think, 15 years old, and I was in charge of changing the slides for Stephen Jay Gould back there. And I would like to thank Jim in particular and the organizers of this event and the Lynn Society for putting this all together. As I say, it's great to be here. It's great to celebrate this. And sorry, Jim, this isn't your edited book. This is the Malay Archipelago. Do come and appreciate the stuff that's up here. This includes the beautiful gatefold fold-out map, which is Wallace's journey, Wallace's actual map in the front of the book. It's a wonderful, and I agree, by the way, it is the greatest book of travel writing ever written. Sorry, Beagle. So I am going to talk. So I'm talking about that. I'm going to talk about a delay. Now, historians of Victorian biology are very familiar with delays. Lots of ill ink has been spilt on the Darwin delay. Why did it take him so bloody long to publish his book? This isn't quite as significant, I admit. But why did it take Alfred Russel Wallace so long to publish his book on the Malay Archipelago? Came back on the 31st of March. He got to Folkestone. That's in 1862. And it was March 1869 when the book finally appeared. Contrast with Darwin. Darwin, when he got back from the Voyage of the Beagle, of course, his original Voyage of the Beagle, his book was part of the series, the official Admiralty series on the Voyage of the Beagle. And he became frustrated with Fitzroy, Captain Fitzroy, because he was slow with his bit. Darwin wanted to get his stuff out. So did Wallace. In fact, we know he wrote to Darwin in 1864 that this is all going to happen, folks. We've got to say by Christmas, okay? He's cranking, he's going to do this, and he didn't. So that's what I want to talk about. It's really just an excuse to dip into this wonderful book and talk a little bit about the background of the book. So as I say, I've got three things, one of which is completely obvious. He's come back. This time, thank God, he's come back with his stuff. Right? This time he didn't have to, nothing was incinerated. Even the precious birds of paradise that he brought back living from Singapore didn't starve to death because there was a bakery in Malta that had lots of cockroaches to feed them with. So this is a happy ending. He's made it. He's now up there, his name in lights beside that of the august Mr. Darwin. And he's got all this stuff to work through, these enormous collections. So obviously his preoccupation is difficult to do in stereo with one pointer, but anyway, he's got a lot on. And just to illustrate how much he's got on, this is Charles Smith's bibliography of Wallace's writings, starting in 62. And in the next 7 years, it's, I think, approximately 100 publications. Don't try and read them all as they scroll by. And now look, some of these, of course, are fairly trite letters to the editor or whatever, comments on this or whatever. But remember, this is real science, people. It's not the science we do today where you'll, yes, my publication list, I'm 9th author. I've got a whole bunch of those papers, right? These are his papers which he's written and he's thought about. And some of them, of course, let's go back up again, some of them are blockbusters. Serious major papers. So here's one. This is The Origin of Human Races, The Antiquity of Man. So this is Wallace at his best. Darwin has tiptoed around the issue of human origins in the Origin of Species. It's not there. Wallace comes back in 2 years, he's waded straight in. And it's beautiful stuff. I mean, in a sense, I would say he discovers, or at least beautifully states, what we now call cultural as opposed to biological evolution. At length, however, there came into existence a being in whom that subtle force we term mind became of greater importance than his mere bodily structure. Though with a naked and unprotected body, this gave him clothing against the varying inclemencies of the seasons. Though unable to compete with the deer in swiftness or with the wild bull in strength, this gave him weapons with which to capture or overcome both. Though less capable than most other animals of living on the herbs and fruits of unaided nature supplies, this wonderful facility taught him to govern and direct nature to his own benefit and make her produce food for him when and where he pleased. Fantastic and beautifully written, of course. And not just that, we only have to go scroll down, whoops, right here, and we're here. This is the great paper on the Malay Papilionidae. It's a 70-page paper. It's absolutely dense with scientific observation. And it's also, God bless the Victorians, don't you wish you were publishing papers that had figures like that? I think there's 8 figures in the paper. And it's exquisite, structured, powerful scientific thinking. Wallace gives us the definition of species, which is every bit as good as the one we teach our students, which we attribute to Ernst Mayr, the biological species concept. Species, according to Wallace, are merely strongly marked races or local forms which, when in contact, do not intermix and when inhabiting distinct areas are generally believed to have had separate origins and to be incapable of producing fertile offspring. That's the biological species concept. What is that, 80 years before we attribute it to Ernst Mayr? So, as I say, he's scientifically busy, as Richard has already indicated. There's so much more going on. He's discovered a whole nother bloody universe, namely spiritualism. 1865, he goes to his first seance. I just think this is so sort of precipitous. And by 1866, he's publishing pamphlets promulgating the scientific investigation of the supernatural. He's basically a convert, for want of a better term. And of course, by 1869, he comes out of the closet as requiring forces other than natural selection to account for human evolution. So, and by the way, this is one of Hensley Wedgwood's photographs. Again, this is, you know, we have Photoshop, they had multiple exposures, and apparently people didn't get it, but Darwin got it, Wallace didn't, as Richard pointed out. Right. And by the way, there was obviously it's so much more going on. Yes, there's all the science, there's the whole new endeavor in spiritualism, and then there's love. Not sort of canonically romantic love. This is the entire statement from Wallace's My Life. It's 900 pages long. He mentions Annie 14 times, never actually by name. This is the closest he gets to it. I knew every wild plant in a very rich district, and all his family were lovers of what this similarity of taste led to a close intimacy. And in the spring of the following year, I was married to Mr. Mitton's eldest daughter. Touching statement. She wasn't 18 years old, he got that wrong, but anyway. Look, my point is that, of course, he was hugely preoccupied, but what I'm actually here to say is it was much more than just this preoccupation that took him away, if you like, from the task of downloading onto paper the story of his adventures. And it was, so the distractions, he took effectively a sabbatical. I don't know, anyone would normally go on sabbatical to Hurstpier Point, but he did. And that apparently worked. So again, writing to Darwin, he's actually making progress. So what else was it that intruded, other than just boring busyness and, if you like, success? Well, I'm calling it competition. He had been badly burned in his previous attempts to make it as a book writer, as an author. So, as Richard said, he came back from the Amazon, 1852. It's a catastrophe. He's basically lost everything, including most of his notes. And yet, in the year, 18 months he spends in Britain before then embarking on the Southeast Asian voyage, he puts out 2 books, one of which is this somewhat technical monograph on the palm trees of the Amazon. Again, it's not a perfect book because he's lost a lot of his material, but boy, this is Hooker Sr., the sort of premier botanist of the day. This is a sort of knee to the groin and headbutt simultaneously in terms of book reviewing. The work is certainly more suited to a drawing room table than to the library of a botanist. Ouch. But the real disappointment was this. This was his attempt to emulate his 2 scientific heroes, von Humboldt and Charles Darwin. Von Humboldt was arguably the inventor of the genre of the scientific travelogue, where you're going on this adventure, this journey, and you're weaving in scientific observation, biological, anthropological, meteorological, climatological, geographical, and so on. Wallace was inspired by these books. That's why he and Bates went to the Amazon in part. And so there it is. He manages, despite having lost all this material, to produce a very serious, reasonable book. This is, it was only 750 copies printed, published in 1853. The narrative of travels on the Amazon and the Rio Negro. So it was basically a disaster. 750, a fairly small print run, probably wise for a first-time author. And he comes back from, this is now 9 years later, and 250 of the 750 are still sitting on the publisher's shelf. It's not gone well. And the reception, by the way, now he wouldn't have known this, but this tells you a little bit about the reception. I think this is very mean-spirited, actually. This is Darwin writing to Bates in 1861. He's read the book, and he writes to Bates, he was a little disappointed in Wallace's book on the Amazon. Hardly facts enough. Give the guy a break. Everything went up in flames. So that's the first thing. He's ostensibly failed in his first journey into book-length publication. And worse, his friend, colleague, and co-conspirator, you might say, Henry Walter Bates, comes back. He stays in the Amazon much longer. He comes back in 1859. And he, yes, rapidly turns his adventures into this 2-volume Naturalist on the Amazons, which goes extremely well. Especially, by the way, a year later when the 2 rather turgid volumes are condensed into one rather punchier one. And Wallace himself admits that the power of observation and felicity of style which characterizes it, it's a beautiful book and hugely successful. So Wallace now has a sort of sibling anxiety, rivalry problem. Wallace and Bates almost sort of grew up together. They grew up as scientists together. They had their arguments, or maybe they didn't. This is debated. They split up when they were in the Amazon. Was that because they weren't getting on with each other, or was it simply more efficient to collect in 2 different places if they were split up? But regardless, here's a contemporary who's made it with his story, with his book, and Wallace hasn't. And so he writes to Darwin now. We're now in 1864. I rather despair, therefore, of making a good book as Bates, though I think my subject is better. Like every other traveller, I suppose, I feel dreadfully the want of copious notes on common everyday objects, sights and sounds and incidents, which I imagine I could never forget, but which I now found impossible to recall. And the next sort of competitive anxiety that I think Wallace is suffering from relates, I've already said, to the fact that what he's doing, this is his attempt to stake a claim in the von Humboldt-Darwin genre, in that tradition. That's setting the bar pretty damn high. So again, if you've got writer's block and you're thinking this is what I'm shooting for, that's some fairly serious writer's block reinforcement. The final thing I want to talk about is the task he set himself was a hard one. And I do think this, if you like, constrained him as well. First of all, he wanted, yes, in keeping with Darwin and von Humboldt, this was going to be a science book. There's going to be lots of important scientific observation in there, but it was also going to be a trade book. It's going to be racy and readable. Now, those of you, I hope most of you have read this book, might sort of agree with this reviewer. I think it's a lovely review written in the Atlantic Monthly shortly after the book came out in 1869. Mr. Wallace apparently exhausts a very copious diary in the production of his book and seems almost to have made a point of conscience not to leave anything out. Details, 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 and they're all in there. I mean, this is the most boring page published in any travel book, with all due respect. This is the success of his moth trapping efforts in Borneo with weather notes. I mean, this is great, it's fine, but it's just not that exciting. But so he's got to create, and I'm not sure he succeeds, to create a balance between the science and the adventure. And one thing, and you probably already know this, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but one thing he decides to exclude in terms of the science, and I find this weird given the fact that he's included this, is he makes no mention of the fact that he stumbled upon in a two-step process the theory of evolution by natural selection. When he refers to it in the book, he refers to it solely and proprietorily as Mr. Darwin's ideas. This is the creeping over-modesty pathology of Wallace already asserting itself. But you know the story. You've already seen a version of this slide. And this is that map. And now this map enshrines something important. The black line is the voyages that Wallace undertook. It's complicated. Man, is it complicated. And he's often based somewhere. He's going in and out, coming around, and so on. He's going to places multiple times, slightly different components of different places, different times, and so on. So he's got a narratological problem. If you were to tell it simply diachronically, I did this day 1, day 2, day 3, then you're going to be forever going back to the Moluccas. And God, where were we? I mean, it's confusing. So he makes an interesting choice, which is to go non-chronological, but go geographic. So he's going to put, Sumatra, every time he's in Sumatra, there's the Sumatra section. Now that's confusing, because some of these places he's been to 5 or 6 times, but that's the conclusion he's come to. And it's very Wallace. Remember what Mr. Wallace is all about. He's all about geography. He's all about place. When Richard talked about this, Wallace comes to the US, he goes to the museum at Harvard that Agassiz set up. Agassiz set up this museum as a riposte, an anti-Darwinian statement. He was a natural theologian who believed that God created things for the place in which he put them. So he actually reinvented museum display in a really interesting way, for the wrong reason. He displays things by region. So there's an Africa room. So you see all the African fauna together. And that includes reptiles, birds, mammals, and so on. Then there's a South America room. So as opposed to the standard thing where you have a mammal room, a reptile room, a fish room, and so on. Wallace loved that. He said that's the way we should be thinking about the natural world, by location. Why is that? Because go into the Australia room and you can see the radiation of kangaroos, for example. It's all there. And you can see the organisms they're interacting with. This is the best way to display things. Think geography. So in a sense, he was weirdly aligned with Agassiz, but from a completely opposite perspective. So that's his solution, which creates narrative clunkiness. Because the joy of a good travel book, and I'm afraid this is true of this book as well, is it's this happened, then that, then I had to do this, and God, then that happened, right? It's that sort of breathless sequence. And I have to say, the best bits of the Malay Archipelago are the bits where he can sort of dispense with this multi-visit geography centrism. So when he goes to Aru, thank God he only goes there once, okay? So that is a single, straightforward, linear narrative. But his solution, given the fact he's not doing that much, is to do geography by vignette and to enliven things by vignette. And as you know, Wallace is a brilliant writer, and it's these little moments in the book, embedded in the science, embedded in everything else, that are just so brilliantly evocative. And that's Wallace at his best. He's in Aru. My country is Wanumbai. Anyone can say Wanumbai. I'm an Orang Wanumbai, but Unlun? Who ever heard of such a name? Do tell us the real name of your country, and then when you are gone, we shall know how to talk about you. To this, right, Wallace writes, to this luminous argument and remonstrance, I could oppose nothing but assertion, and the whole party remained firmly convinced that I was for some reason or other deceiving them. The other, and sort of on the same note, I hope you all know this passage. This is the most famous passage from the book. It's brilliant. And it is the solution that Wallace found, I think, to his problem of reconciling a racy tale with science. And I call it the Wallace slide. So this is his account of the durian. And notice, it starts off like a boring botanical monograph's description of the durian. Yada, 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 boring, boring, boring. And then gradually it slides into an almost sort of frenzy, a sort of orgasm of enthusiasm. It is neither acid nor sweet nor juicy, yet one feels the want of none of these qualities, for it is perfect as it is. It produces no nausea or other bad effect, and the more you eat of it, the less you feel inclined to stop. What an amazing statement. In fact, to eat durians is a new sensation worth a voyage to the east to experience. So yes, it was a while in coming. It was eventually published, print run 1500, in March 1869. As I said, you could have picked up a first edition for £1 if you'd been astute. Two final comments. One of the nice features of reading this correspondence over the course of, Wallace struggling to bring this project to completion is the sort of big brotherly supportiveness of Darwin throughout this. And Darwin gets this fantastic, it's a lovely dedication at the front of the book. You've all seen it, I'm sure. Author of The Origin of Species, I dedicate this book not only as a token of personal esteem and friendship, but also to express my deep admiration for his genius and his works. And Victorians, you've got to love them. Look at that messed up font business. I just think it's fantastic. So I'm the editor of the Penguin Classics edition of the Malay Archipelago, and I begged them to put that in as a figure. So in other words, don't just print out the boring statement, the actual dedication. Too expensive, Mr. Barry, sorry, no. I'm just going to print it normally. So it's a lovely dedication. And finally, we know Darwin was famously right about so much. This was another thing that he was right about. He wrote a charming letter to Wallace after receiving his complimentary copy. He was very flattered by the dedication and so on and so forth. And he finishes it with this statement. I shall be astonished if your book has not a great success. And Darwin, in that regard, was completely right. Thank you very much.
No discussion of Wallace and the Malay Archipelago would be complete without considering sort of biogeographical, considerations. But I wanted to give you maybe a perspective on Wallace's biogeography you may be unfamiliar with, rather than simply sort of rehash something that I think most of you are very familiar with, which is, the discovery of, the faunal discontinuity we recognize as, Wallace's line and faunal realms and that sort of thing. I want to look at Wallace's biogeography in the context of his understanding of landscape evolution, and kind of give you some insight. And this was sort of inspired by a paper that our colleague Charles Smith had come across. This is an essay, really, an essay that Wallace had read that was published in German. And as far as we can tell, this essay had never been published in English before, had been completely overlooked on the permanence of continents and oceans. And reading this paper, so Charles Smith, Matthias Glaubrecht, who's one of our speakers today, myself, published this. Matthias, of course, translating for us very, very adeptly, and with our analysis. And this little essay, I think, inspired me to want to share with you the lens through which Wallace saw biogeography, because to Wallace, seeing organisms and their geographical distribution was inextricably tied up with his understanding of Earth processes. And so I want to kind of give you that perspective. We know, of course, Wallace spent some 4 years in Amazonia. We know that he spent 8 fruitful years too, in the Malay Archipelago. And it's fair to say that a common theme, a common denominator, is Wallace's interest in species relationships to one another, yes, but also to locality. Very early on, in his early analysis from the Amazon, his earliest theory of species evolution is actually a geological theory, where he makes the observation that he thinks the most recently arisen species are found in the youngest geological regions. So he has some sense of Earth processes, geological processes giving rise to new species. But it's something that he explores in several papers, maybe the best known of which is Wallace's paper on the monkeys of the Amazon. This paper is the basis of the modern riverine barrier hypothesis. It's a very early articulation of the idea that geographical barriers help isolate subpopulations that can subsequently diverge into new species. And he makes that case very eloquently using these Saki monkeys and their distribution separated by different very large rivers in the Amazon basin. So that's one early indication of Wallace's interest in species and their relationship to landscape. And I think that many of you will, of course, be familiar with Wallace's famous Sarawak Law paper, 1855, so published just a year after he arrived in Southeast Asia. The famous law that I quote here from the paper: may be deduced from these facts, every species has come into existence coincident, both in space and time, with a pre-existing closely allied species. Now, that's often repeated, often quoted. We see it in textbooks. It's very important. This is considered to be a landmark kind of early evolutionary paper, really. And I wanted to kind of put it into a little bit more context, the geological context, because here's a quote from this paper. The present state of the Earth and the organisms now inhabiting it are but the last stage, he says, of a long and uninterrupted series of changes which it has undergone. And consequently, that to endeavor to explain and account for its present condition without any reference to those changes must lead to very imperfect and erroneous conclusions. And then he continues, the present geographical distribution of life on Earth, it must be the result of all the previous changes, both of the surface of the Earth and of its inhabitants. Right? He's always thinking in terms of the planet and the organisms upon the planet. How does the Earth, how do geological processes foster the development of new species? He's very explicit in this letter to Thomas Sims, 25th of April, 1859, very telling quote from this letter. "I'm engaged here," he says, "in a wider and more general study, that of the relations of animals to time and space. Or, in other words, their geographical distribution and its causes." You know, it's important to realize that in Wallace's efforts to understand species evolution, it is through Earth evolution that he's trying to find the key. He hasn't quite yet, you know, he never disentangles sort of organismic interactions, such as competition and such, from their geographical relationships. Now, this comes just not very long after his insight into that faunal discontinuity that later became recognized as the great boundary between the Indo-Malayan and Australasian realms. And this is a figure from Wallace's 1863 paper on the geology of the Malay Archipelago, showing that discontinuity. And of course, the story is very well known that Wallace had spent a short time on the island of Bali before traveling across the strait to the island of Lombok, and in so doing realized that he had just entered a wholly different faunal realm. This is a quote from the Malay Archipelago. "On crossing over to Lombok, separated by Bali by a strait less than 20 miles wide, I naturally expected to meet with some of these birds that he had just collected again. But during a stay there of 3 months, I never saw one of them, but found a totally different set of species, most of which were utterly unknown, not only in Java, but also in Borneo, Sumatra, and Malacca." Right? This was a profound discovery for Wallace, realizing this, you know, these two islands side by side, environmentally virtually identical, topographically, geologically virtually identical, and yet the fauna radically different. This is a diagram from one of Ernst Mayer's early papers, 1944. And you can see the continental shelf kind of colored in there in gray. And you see there are a couple of variants. It was Thomas Henry Huxley who coined the term Wallace's line. This is a one region of the world where biogeographical realms can be very clearly delineated precisely because it runs through an archipelago, right? As opposed to the more gradual sort of transition between realms, for example, between the Nearctic and the Neotropical realms. So here we have a few different variants on this separation, this line of demarcation. But what is the significance of this? I think many students today make the assumption that Wallace was very, very modern in his interpretation, that he immediately saw that this had everything to do with rising and falling sea level. And this is a common diagram you might find in a textbook. The Sunda and Sahul shelves now in modern terms we recognize during glacial maxima, sea level drops considerably. We have exposure of continental shelves that unite with dry land, several sets of islands, as you can see up here, really coming all the way down through to Bali just about. This is really essentially a province of Asia, right? Whereas we have Australia, that island continent united with New Guinea. And then we have sort of some stepping stone archipelago in between. And so you might assume that this was Wallace's interpretation, but I wanted to give you a sense that that's not at all the way he thought about it at the time. And it's interesting to consider just how did he understand this faunal discontinuity. Here's Wallace. You know, geology can detect but a portion of the changes of the surface that the Earth has undergone. He goes on here, I highlighted in red, zoology and botany can come to the aid of their sister science. They can indicate where and what period former continents must have existed, from what countries islands must have been separated, and how distant an epoch the rupture took place. Now, what's he getting at there? He's talking about former continents? Former continents? He says in 1860, we're forced to the conclusion a geologically recent rupture has taken place. And here's where he sort of tips his hand. This is a tale of Wallace's understanding of two lost continents. This is a quote, right? Islands of the Malay Archipelago, a tale of two lost continents, as I put it. Facts such as these, this faunal discontinuity, can be explained by a bold acceptance of vast changes in the surface of the Earth. They point to a time when a great continent occupied a portion of at least what is now the Indian Ocean, and the great Pacific continent, of which Australia and New Guinea are no doubt fragments. So he's positing this idea of great continents that are now sunken and destroyed, these islands on either side of the discontinuity, the remnants of these great lost continents. In so doing, he rejects Charles Darwin's favorite hypothesis for organisms populating remote oceanic islands. Sorry, Charles, oceanic dispersal, chance random dispersal over the ocean by rafting, for example, or birds being blown off course. No, not the case. Here's Wallace. Now, looking at these phenomena of distribution, and especially of those presented by the fauna of the Celebes, it appears to me a much exaggerated effect in producing the present distribution of animals has been imputed to the accidental transmission of individuals across intervening seas. Of course, Darwin says, to Wallace, I differ wholly from you. Well, Darwin is quite annoyed about this. He's quite wed to the idea of transoceanic dispersal. Both of them subscribe to a Lyellian model, a Huttonian Lyellian model, where continents are more or less static. They don't move laterally, right? No sense of continental drift, but they do move up and down. You have uplift and you have subsidence, cycles of uplift and subsidence. However, some naturalists, like Edward Forbes, had chosen to postulate that species on remote oceanic islands that show some affinity to the nearest mainland are very unlikely to have been populated by chance dispersal over the ocean, but rather this must be the evidence of a former continent that had disintegrated, and that these islands are just the last remnants, and the species on those islands then the indicators of a former direct physical connection with the nearest mainland. So Forbes invoked what became known as continental extensionism, land bridges explaining the relationship of species, for example, between Europe and the Atlantic islands. Darwin, being a good geologist, he recognized that there was no good evidence of large, sunken, destroyed continents in the oceanic abyss. He preferred to understand the population of remote islands by oceanic dispersal, where modern endemic species have then evolved from these ancient ancestral colonists that made it to those islands by chance. And as a sidebar, Darwin engaged in myriad really interesting and unusual experiments trying to demonstrate that this was possible, floating seeds in salt water and growing them out to demonstrate their viability when exposed to salt water, dunking ducks in duckweed to show ducks actually move things around, collecting seeds from bird droppings or the mud from birds' feet. He's very wed to this idea, and it drove him absolutely crazy that others, like Forbes, insisted upon this fanciful idea of great continents now sunken. In fact, he was sort of, partly amused and partly outraged that Forbes would even invoke legends like that of the lost continent of Atlantis. Forbes invoked Atlantis, citing Plato in the Timaeus and the Critias. This is a diagram from Athanasius Kircher's 1665 treatment, identifying the site of the island of Atlantis in the sea from Egyptian sources and Plato's description. And so here's Darwin in a letter to Charles Lyell. Lyell was remarkably tolerant of these ideas, and Darwin shows his characteristic sense of humor by fuming about this, first of all. He says, I'm going to do the most impudent thing in the world. My blood gets hot with passion and turns cold alternately at the geological strides that many of your disciples are taking, he says to Lyell. Here, poor Forbes, who had recently been deceased, made a continent to North America and another to the Gulf League. Hooker makes one from New Zealand to South America, around the world. Here is Wollaston speaking of Madeira and Porto Santo as the sure and certain witnesses of a former continent. And it goes on. And Darwin says, if you don't stop this, if there's a lower region for the punishment of geologists, I believe, my great master, you will go there. Now, it's interesting that since we're here at the Linnaean Society, as one quick little sidebar, I might mention to you that Linnaeus himself, the great Linnaeus, may be responsible for this idea of great lost continents, at least in part. Why is that? Well, consider this. In the 10th edition of Systema Naturae, Linnaeus included 3 species in the genus Lemur, right? There is the Lemur cata, right? The ring-tailed lemur we all know from Madagascar. But then there's Lemur tardigradus, now known as the red slender loris, and Lemur volans, the kulugo, right? Which is found in Indonesia. By naming the loris and the kulugo lemurs, right, he set the stage for an erroneous biogeographical inference. The idea was that there had to be a fundamental connection between Madagascar and Indonesia, Southeast Asia. This is, I call, the error that raised a continent, because some of his, some naturalists, for example, Philip Sclater, the ornithologist, he took Linnaeus at his word. He erected, in the spirit of Forbes, a great Indian Ocean continent. He even named it. He called it Lemuria. This was the continent of Lemuria. As you can see here, extending from Madagascar, where, of course, we know lemurs do exist and are endemic, all the way across to Indonesia, Lemuria. This is the continent that Wallace was referring to, the great lost continent of the Indian Ocean. But at the same time, Philip Sclater set the seeds for Wallace's doing an about-face. And this is really an object lesson in in the development of Wallace's thinking on a very important subject. Despite his resistance to evidence, for example, in the realm of spiritualism, in some areas, he is open to new ways of thinking about things, and his biogeography is a case in point. Because in 1858, Philip Sclater had published, on the basis of birds, his model of biogeographical realms of the world. And he named them, and these are largely the names that we still use today: the Nearctic realm, the Palearctic realm, the Neotropical, Ethiopian, etc. Wallace was absolutely transfixed by this paper, absolutely convinced that Sclater was onto something. He wrote him, "Your paper on the geographical distribution of birds has particularly interested me. With your division of the earth into 6 grand zoological provinces, I perfectly agree and believe they will be confirmed by every other department of zoology as well as by botany." This sets into motion the biogeography we now know of Wallace, right? This sets into motion Wallace's interest and his conviction that if Sclater is right, then in fact, there really can't be great lost continents in the ocean basins, right? In his papers, for example, that you see here, his 1863 and 1864 papers on the physical geography and anomalies in the zoological and botanical geography of the Malay Archipelago, he does an about-face, and he begins to embrace the idea of the permanence and fixity of continents, although there can be, of course, some uplift and subsidence. And it is in 1869, in his review of Charles Lyell's 10th edition of the Principles, that he actually first discusses the theory that really begins to tie it all together for him. The astronomer James Kroll's theory, his astronomical theory for glacial cycles. This was Wallace's epiphany. As Wallace put it, the causes and effects of the glacial epoch were among the most powerful agents in causing the dispersal of all kinds of organisms. I adopted the main features of his theory and combining it with the effects of changes in height and extent of land, which form an important adjunct to the meteorological agents. At the same time, then, he had to, by default, accept Darwin's transoceanic model of dispersal. Darwin was, of course, delighted that Wallace had come around to his view, because his other friends, like Hooker and Lyell, were quite resistant to the idea. So this set into motion, really, the approach that Wallace took to his biogeographical classics. And it's interesting to consider, in his own words, his 1876 geographical distribution of animals, in his own words, he said, "This bears a similar relation to the 11th and 12th chapters of The Origin of Species." Those are Darwin's 2 biogeography chapters. His volumes bear a similar relation to those chapters as Mr. Darwin's Animals and Plants Under Domestication bears to chapter 1 of The Origin of Species. It is a tremendous elaboration of this idea. He then came out a few years later with Island Life, which he calls a companion volume, where he just focuses on oceanic islands and very much champions Darwin's biogeography, as well as cementing the Sclaterian system. As Darwin said to him after his 1876 books, "You've written, as I believe, a grand and memorable work which will last for years as the foundation for all future treatises on geographical distribution." Here is a map from that book. Again, it's the Sclaterian system that Wallace then runs with and solidifies. But he does more than that. As Andrew mentioned, he had this way of kind of imagining biogeographically, you need to understand regions holistically, landscape and organisms with landscape. These are the beautiful maps showing various regions of each of the biogeographical realms in Wallace's geographical distribution of animals, but also adorning these volumes, which we do have on display here, by the way, are these beautiful illustrations where, like those biogeographical representations in museums like the MCZ at Harvard, he has assembled characteristic organisms, flora and fauna, of each of the regions. That is pioneering. That was a new way to think about biogeography, organisms in relation to Earth history. So I reflected on all of these things, on the development of Wallace's ideas, the long and interesting path that he took to come to this essay in 1882, the permanence of continents and oceans, which actually does include a bit additional new information than we find in his earlier writings on the subject. And it exemplifies so wonderfully Wallace's very clear, very lucid reasoning on claiming for a general permanence in place, albeit with rising and uplift and subsidence of continents and oceanic basins. And this essay is succinct and crystal clear in discussing lines of evidence from the relationship of sea and land with respect to relative area and volume. Right, looking at the outlines of the ocean bases, their depths, deep sea deposits, coastal deposits, sedimentary rocks and their distribution, the distribution of freshwater and brackish deposits, so carboniferous deposits, where the fossil evidence suggests a freshwater environment, not a marine environment, and the structure and the distribution of oceanic islands, Darwin's model that Wallace has adopted. I'll just conclude just by pointing out that Wallace's approach to these biogeographic realms really largely stands the test of time, despite the fact that they did not have a concept of tectonics and continental drift. Of course, over the years, since Wallace wrote on these subjects, realms of realms, alternative approaches to biogeographic realms have been proposed. But the ones that are used, that are considered most useful, and that seem to have stood the test of time through alternative analyses, they are largely Wallacean, Sclaterian biogeographic realms. Here we have Udvardy's Terrestrial Biogeographic Provinces and Realms from 1975. For example, here we have a 2013 update of the zoogeographic regions of the world with a little bit of fiddling of some boundaries and a little bit of finer resolution, but fundamentally Wallacean in the grand scheme. Most recently, some of you may have seen this interesting paper, Global Determinants of Zoogeographical Boundaries, looking at the combination of orographic, climatic, even tectonic factors that lend themselves to faunal turnover. Those are the tectonic and other processes that are responsible for the transition from one set of flora and fauna to a different set of flora and fauna. So better understanding biogeography on the world today. This kind of the sort of almost phylogenetic approach that they take largely bears out Wallace's and Sclater's approach. And we find their system built into the modern Millennium ecosystem assessment approaches, for example. So without fully understanding the processes that give rise to this grand global biogeographic signature or signal, they really kind of very, very closely hit the nail on the head. Just one of many interesting areas where we find, just through sheer sort of observation and reason, we find Wallace having made very incisive observations that very much inform thinking today. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ray. Here we are into our next session. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you Eleanor Drinkwater. Eleanor is in her final year of her PhD program at the University of York. She works with Hannah Rowland and on animal coloration and is a contributor to the Alfred Russel Wallace Companion volume with Hannah. And we'll be speaking today on Wallace's view on animal color, yet another interesting chapter in his thinking. So thank you, Eleanor.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm so excited today to tell you a little bit about Wallace and his view on color. So Wallace contributed so much to our understanding of color and the science behind color, so it's impossible for me to talk about the whole thing in 20 minutes. So I've chosen just 3 really exciting areas in which he has been a real contributor. So these are warning coloration, floral mimicry, and startle displays. And I really hope in this talk to get across to you some of the wonder and excitement that Wallace felt when he was describing some of these incredible behaviors and characteristics. So, warning coloration. So for this, we have to go back in time. The year is 1867. It's an exciting year for the UK. Lister has just proposed his first publication on using antiseptic in surgery. There are the first hexagonal postboxes in the UK, and most importantly, Cadbury's has released its first range of drinking cocoa. So it is a very exciting year in the UK. However, Darwin has a problem, specifically a problem with caterpillars. So as he says, my difficulty is, why are caterpillars sometimes so beautifully and artistically coloured? Now this may seem to be something of, little consequence to be considering at that time. However, actually, this was potentially a big problem for Darwin. Up to this point, he had been thinking a lot about colour in the context of sexual selection. So you would have females particularly who would choose more and more colourful males, and so would drive this evolution of these amazing colours and patterns that we see in nature. However, caterpillars don't mate. So this is a problem when it comes to thinking about colour in terms of sexual selection. So Darwin's first port of call was Bates. Bates, only a few years ago, had proposed some really exciting ideas about mimicry and the idea that different animals could mimic each other's coloration. So maybe it was to do with mimicry. However, unfortunately for Darwin, Bates had no answers and told him, well, you'd better go and ask Wallace. Luckily for Darwin, however, Wallace, unlike Bates, had some very interesting ideas on this topic. So he suggested that perhaps it could be the case that these bright colours would be warning predators. Don't eat me, I'm poisonous, or don't eat me, I'm not tasty. Because he also pointed out that the small birds of Great Britain are the great destroyers of caterpillars, which I love. I just think that's great. But he made a very good point, though, with this, in that the predation pressures on caterpillars are a very, very strong selective force. So perhaps it could be to do with birds being able to choose in advance who they're going to attack and who they are going to avoid. He then follows this up by setting out a set of experiments to try and test this. So this, to us, makes perfect sense because we've been brought up knowing about warning coloration. But at the time, this was really revolutionary because although Bates had suggested mimicry, advertising unpalatability or toxicity had not been something that was really on the card. So this was a really exciting suggestion. And Darwin, very rightly, realized what a clever suggestion this was, pointing out that this was a really ingenious suggestion. So it's nice to see Wallace getting some recognition. So first of all, Wallace went and tried to crowdsource these experimental ideas and suggested that people with aviaries could try testing this idea. Do your birds eat colourful invertebrates? Unfortunately, he didn't get much uptake, so he ended up talking to his old friend, John Jenner Weir. John Jenner Weir was a fantastic naturalist in his own right, and incidentally was one of the first judges for the UK's first ever cat show, which is interesting. But John, what he did is he went and took a whole selection of caterpillars, including these 4 species that you see here, and then on top of that, a selection of caterpillars who were kind of brown, kind of drab colours, and he presented them to his aviary. And what he found was that, just like Wallace suggested, is that the birds all avoided these brightly coloured caterpillars and instead very quickly munched up the drab-coloured creatures, which was the first ever support for this idea of what we now know as aposematism. So this has now become a big branch of research in itself, aposematism and coloration and how animals warn predators not to eat them. However, it's not done and dusted. We've very much just scraped the tip of the iceberg in how this works. And there are so many brilliant examples I could give you about research which is going on today about aposematism, but I just chose one study which I hope will highlight some of the research that's going on today and building on what Wallace suggested. So in this study, which I absolutely love, the authors took 4 different species of bird, and they were interested in whether or not they would have to learn to avoid these bright colours, or whether it was something innate. So what they did is they took chicks of these birds and raised them in captivity so they'd never seen a brightly coloured invertebrate before. They then presented them with brightly coloured invertebrates, and what they found was that 2 of the species, so coal tits and blue tits, they automatically knew to avoid these brightly coloured invertebrates, having not learnt to avoid them at all. Whereas the other ones, the great tit and the crested tit, they tried them first, and they would have to learn from bitter experience to avoid these colourful invertebrates. So Wallace kind of teed up this amazing branch of science, and we're still learning more and more about the exciting nuances to it. So that's a really exciting field, in my opinion. So now, moving away from birds and predators who try and attack their prey, to how the predators might use colour in order to attract their prey. And in this case, I'm going to talk about floral mimicry. So this is an orchid mantis, and something which Wallace described as the most curious case of mimicry that he had ever come across. And you can well see why. And he was fascinated by this amazing story of this animal that would use its body to try and attract flies towards it, and so then the flies would get close enough and then get captured by this praying mantis. Following that, he eventually managed to get some drawings by one of his friends, which you can see, it's just absolutely lovely illustration. And based on these drawings, Wallace came to the conclusion that these mantises were trying to mimic an orchid, and the different parts of the mantis were representing different parts of the orchid. However, with recent research, we've now found that it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. And it's maybe not the case that these animals are mimicking orchids, but they are creating a stimuli which represents lots of different flowers. And it turns out that they are actually more effective at attracting flies than the flowers themselves, which is a remarkable adaptation. And I'm sure Wallace would be absolutely thrilled to find this out. Okay, so both of the things I've talked about so far have been static displays. You know, I'm warning you or I'm mimicking something. Wallace also realized, though, that defense doesn't have to be static in terms of color. And he wrote quite a lot about startle displays. So with the idea that it doesn't just have to be a warning, these colorful displays can startle the predators. And he gives a really interesting example of phosphorescence. He tells this lovely story about the observation of a centipede, which is glowing. And he describes a beetle running around the centipede, apparently too frightened to attack the centipede. Now, he was probably talking about a species of centipede that has an amazing defense, that if it's disturbed, it produces bioluminescent slime, which very well could be used in surprising their predators. This example here isn't the centipede, but is a millipede, which has a defense which is very similar. It's part of a whole group of millipedes that bioluminesce all the time at a very low level. But when disturbed by a predator, the bioluminescence becomes much more bright, which again could be important in surprising their predators. He also points out that it's, not just, being able to turn something off and then on again, but also the attitudes of some insects may protect them. So he gives the example of the roebuckle sticking its abdomen in the air, and also of swallowtail caterpillars, who have this amazing defense. You can see the orange cap out of its head, which it can kind of put out when a predator bothers it. I wasn't able to get any videos of the display of this particular caterpillar. However, Hannah Rowland very kindly has given me some of her videos of puss moth caterpillars, who have an absolutely gorgeous display which shows you the similar idea. So you'll see, yeah. It's wonderful, isn't it? So, so you can see, as soon as they're bothered, they puff up this amazing red rim around their face, and also these amazing eye spots, which could be trying to startle the predator, and then also these tail whips that come out of their tails. And something you can't see is they actually spray a kind of a weak venom as well. They're just the most incredible animals. So I'll just show you that to you again. Yeah, just an amazing, amazing display. So this is what Wallace was likely talking about when he's talking about the frightening attitudes of invertebrates. And if I was a bird, I think I would find that pretty alarming. So this idea of displays that startle has now been termed something called a diamatic display, from the Greek to fear. However, the mechanism behind this amazing behavior is still very much an area of very hot and controversial debate within our field. And one model organism which is currently being used to investigate this very complicated behavior is a mountain katydid. And one of the main people who studies mountain katydids is called Dr. Umbers, and she very, very kindly has again let me use some of her videos to show you this really interesting behavior. So this is a mountain katydid. And that's its amazing defense. It's just great, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. They're probably one of my favorite animals. But yeah, so what she did is she was very curious about learning, do prey, how is this working? Do they automatically startle the prey, the predators, or do the predators have to learn something? They have a slight, they kind of ooze a kind of slightly disgusting liquid. So they thought that maybe, they'd have to learn the association or maybe not. So what she did is she went and got a selection of these katydids, and she showed them to birds which had never seen them before, and she found that it was in fact very, very effective at surprising these birds, and the moment they flicked up their wings, the birds would back off and leave them alone. However, she also did a second experiment in which she took the same birds, the same bugs, and showed them to birds who had seen them before. And so this is a video which I took when I was helping with this, and unfortunately it shows a slightly different scenario. You can see that's the katydid, which he just picked up. And interestingly, so this is a juvenile, he goes over and he cleans it up. So they've actually learnt that you can wipe off this ooze, which is absolutely incredible. Before I cut it off there, but he does eat it. Didn't want to see that again. So essentially what was found by Kate was that these displays are very effective if the predators have never seen them before, to get a real surprise. However, they're of limited use, though, when the predators have learnt that they can kind of overcome these defenses. And I guess that's a kind of interesting thing in this arms race between the predators and the prey. So overall, as I've pointed out, that's just one example of one experiment that's being done in this area. There are so many other people researching the startle displays in different ways, and it's such a controversial field. And even different ideas about whether should we describe startle displays as the action itself or the effect that it has on predators, and is it trying to trick the predator into thinking that the prey is another predator, or is it just trying to surprise the predator? So these are things that we still don't know all these years after Wallace first made these observations about these fascinating behaviors. So, in conclusion, I hope I've demonstrated that Wallace has been really key to some really interesting areas of color science. However, despite the fact that he made these amazing observations so long ago, we are still very much exploring what these behaviors mean and how they are caused. So, in conclusion, we must now conclude this very brief outline of one of the most curious chapters in natural history. And I would like to thank you very much for your time.
This subject sort of segues into our next topic. Let me see if I can cue that up. Because coloration, bright coloration, kind of looms large, in the context of sexual selection. And so there's some resonance here in thinking about Wallace's views, Darwin's views in relation to one another on coloration in the context of sexual selection. It was in the area of sexual selection that first led Darwin to kind of ponder the nature of bright coloration in caterpillars, and leading, as Eleanor nicely put it, to first going to Bates, his go-to, who then rightly said, go talk to Wallace. He was the man to apply to in a difficulty indeed. And so I want to just take an enormous subject, truly an enormous and actually in many ways quite complicated subject, and I'm going to kind of boil it down to Wallace and Darwin, their interactions over this question of coloration in the context of sexual selection. This kind of came to a head in the years leading up to the publication of Darwin's The Descent of Man in 1871. And as Darwin put it in a letter to Wallace, he said, "Fate has ordained that almost every point on which we differ should be crowded into this volume." To which Wallace replied, "I look forward with fear and trembling to being crushed under a mountain of facts." Now, I want to point out that that actually, Wallace and Darwin had much more agreement than disagreement in some important ways about this subject. Certainly, there's broad agreement on the general idea of human physical evolution from very distant primate antecedents. You see here the frontispiece to Huxley's Evidence as to Man's Place of Nature, 1863. Several books that came out of the 1860s, including Huxley's, may have prompted Darwin to finally want to come out with his own view on human evolution, and especially the role of sexual selection, because it is a most unusual angle. But they were in broad agreement about the physical evolution, and they're in broad agreement when we look at Darwin's model of sexual selection. We recognize two important components. One pertains to male competition, males competing with males for access to females, and often posturing or fighting with one another. And we can understand the secondary sexual characteristics of horns and elongated jaws and those sorts of things as arising through male competition. Wallace had no problem with that. Another form of sexual selection is female choice, as it is generally called today. And this was Darwin's very special kind of pet theory. He's very much invested in this idea of looking at ornamentation, of conspicuous bright coloration, interesting courtship displays as evidence of female aesthetic choice, choosing mates on that basis, and in that way driving the evolution of males and ultimately females. Now, this is a very complicated subject, right? The key points of disagreement between Wallace and Darwin as it pertains to female choice, that aspect of sexual selection, I will not go into in tremendous detail. It's simply too much. Points of the question of whether or not non-human animals have an aesthetic sense, the origin and evolution of human cognitive and emotive or social faculties, the origins of human racial diversity, the basis of mate selection, the inheritance of sex-limited variation, the role of natural versus sexual selection in sexual dimorphism. All of these, Darwin and Wallace jousted for probably over 2 years, and both of them had very incisive arguments trying to convince the other of their views. Let me just say up front that they ultimately agreed to disagree about some of these ideas. And I'm just going to touch on, what led to Darwin's thinking and Wallace's thinking, what shaped the nature of their engagement on this issue of female choice and human evolution, because I want to say up front too that Darwin's model of human evolution was one very much of human racial diversification driven by sexual selection. Instead of female choice, however, he largely made it a process of male choice. Interestingly, in all other groups, he saw it as female-driven. When it came to humans, mostly male-driven, which may, of course, reflect his own cultural constraints. It's interesting conjecture. So Darwin's centerpiece, a central point of disagreement with Wallace, his aesthetic theory of sexual selection, a process driven by, as he put it, a taste for beauty. That the bright colors, the antics, the courtship displays have very little to do with utility. They have everything to do with a taste for beauty by females. And he extended this largely throughout the animal kingdom. Insects, birds, crustaceans, reptiles, et cetera, right? Now, I wanted to sort of set the context by pointing out that it's often maybe not fully appreciated that both Darwin and Wallace had a very deep and abiding interest in humans, in human origins and human diversification. And in many respects, their investigations were motivated by this. Here's Wallace commenting while in the Malay Archipelago, the human inhabitants of these forests are not less interesting to me than the feathered tribes. He's very astute observer. He's a very keen observer of people, and in fact, he sought, having now established after his experience between Bali and Lombok, this great kind of discontinuity that we recognize as the faunal boundary between the Indo-Malayan and Australasian realms. He wanted to see if human diversity mapped onto that. And so he looked very closely to see where he could see different populations of humans, especially Papuans versus Malay peoples, where they fell out biogeographically. And his big kind of discovery in his own thinking came on his second visit to Ternate and Halmahera, which in his day was called Gilolo. Second visit, August through October of 1858. This is a page from Wallace's Species Notebook, which lives here in the wonderful Linnaean Society, manuscript 180, actually on display, by the way, upstairs in the library. And here is where he made observations, the natives of Gilolo seen at Sahoe, called Alfurs. And he's sort of observing that this is the place where he thinks this is a transition zone between these two populations, the Papuan peoples and the Malayan peoples. As he put it, this is, and I quote, the exact boundary line between the Malay and Papuan races, right? This is a region in West Halmahera, now known as Sahu. Perhaps I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but it was on the west coast of Halmahera that he made these observations, and he observed in the Malay Archipelago. I was very much pleased at this determination. It gave me a clue to one of the most difficult problems in ethnology. And let's bear in mind that he was serious when he said his interests were not limited to the feathered tribes. He was deeply interested in people and their diversity, their customs, their diversification. So the Malay Archipelago is also full of very interesting and astute ethnological observations. And we see many of the native peoples in different parts of that great archipelago represented in illustrations. We also see Wallace's interest in in languages and philology and documenting, learning as he went. So as he did in South America, trying to learn the native languages. He learned from Dayaks, for example, and here is a kind of glossary of terms, which he, just common words represented in multiple languages. Just astounding how much ethnographic work Wallace had done as well, besides simply the overtly biological work. Just astounding. It also helps us better understand Wallace's and Darwin's interest in very closely observing primates. At this time, orangutans were considered to be perhaps the closest relatives to humans. So I call this meeting the relatives. Wallace very famously had adopted an orphaned, very young infant orangutan, having killed its mother rather mercilessly. He was, after all, also a collector. And he adopted this poor orphaned orangutan and tried to rear it and made observations of this poor young orangutan, which eventually just did not survive. He just could not care for it properly. But he published accounts of this, as you see here, papers, some account of an infant orangutan on the orangutan ormeus of Borneo, a new kind of baby. And in one sort of funny letter to his mother, he commented on having a baby. And then he said, well, this is not the kind of baby you're thinking. This is a very unusual, very ugly baby. And Darwin too is keenly interested. Wallace is observing this young orangutan and observing it in rather anthropomorphic terms. Its behavior, its actions, seeing human-like qualities, although an infant orangutan. Darwin, in turn, in 1838, is spending time at the zoo, the zoological gardens where there are young orangutans. These young orangutans, one named Tommy, one named Jenny, dressed like people. Again, Darwin is also anthropomorphizing. He takes copious notes observing these young animals. He describes them as behaving like a child. They express human-like emotions. They're of jealousy, delight, rage, guilt, all of these things. Again, it reflects their deep interest in understanding humans in relation to primates. And if we consider that this is very much of a piece with Darwin's research, thinking about the implications of his still secret theory of transmutation by natural selection, implications for humans, we see very insightful comments in his notebooks. These are some of the transmutation notebooks where you see the quotes here. Plato says in the Phaedo that our necessary ideas arise from the pre-existence of the soul and are not derivable from experience. Read monkeys for pre-existence. A man, wonderful man, with his divine face turned towards heaven? No, he's mammalian. His origin has not been indefinite. He is not a deity. Or at bottom right here, origin of man is now proved, he writes in the M notebook. He who understands baboon will do more towards metaphysics than Locke. Really incendiary ideas, revolutionary ideas. And I want to just sort of build on that by pointing out that very, very early on, Darwin, I believe that Darwin came upon his theory of sexual selection by first thinking about humans, by thinking about pondering human racial diversification. And to get there, he drew upon the writings of Joshua Reynolds. We're here in Burlington House, in this wonderful courtyard. We have the Royal Academy of Arts. Joshua Reynolds was painted there. And published several books on the nature of aesthetics and imagination and aesthetic sense. Evidence is Darwin, reading Reynolds and others, adopted this idea of inborn aesthetics, a kind of heritability of an aesthetic sense. This is Darwin from the M notebook that I quote here. Beauty is instinctive feeling and thus cuts the knot. Sir Joshua Reynolds' explanation may perhaps account for our English acquiring the instinct of one notion of beauty and others, for example, Negroes, he writes, another. But it doesn't explain the feeling in any one man, right? So this is the beginnings in 1838 of Darwin's theory of heritable taste, which is going to be very important if he's right about his idea of sexual selection driving human racial diversification. And so here's Here's Darwin at his Lamarckian best, because Darwin did, of course, adopt very much Lamarckian thinking, even in the origin. As forms change, so must idea of beauty. The existence of taste in the human mind is clear evidence of the general ideas of our ancestors impressed upon us. Another quote, naturally, all has not been acquired by education, i.e. experience. May not our hereditary nature thus acquire some general notions which are taste? Taste acquired by habit, hence becomes hereditary. Right? This is his thinking. And in reading in those days, various anthropological writers, Knox's Races of Men and Lawrence's Lectures, Knott and Gliddon's, the virulently racist Knox and Gliddon types of mankind, Pritchard's, physical history of mankind, leads him to kind of think about the nature of racial diversification. What effect would idea of beauty have on races and selection? It would tend to add to each peculiarity, he writes. So ultimately, I think there's very good evidence that Darwin, first and foremost, is thinking about humans and human diversification in formulating his theory of sexual selection. He later generalizes that to all of animals. Here he is in a letter to Wallace. I see sexual selection as growing into quite a large subject, which I introduce into my essay on man. This was to become the descent of man. Notice the part that I highlight. My sole reason for taking it up is that I'm pretty well convinced sexual selection has played an important part in the formation of races. Right? That's his sole reason, he says, for taking it up. Right? Very telling. Wallace, for his part, we have seen already, and Andrew had mentioned this, also had this keen interest in human diversification. He had his own ideas, his own theory. He rejected Darwin's idea, and in this landmark 1864 paper, The Origin of Human Races and Antiquity of Man, he has this hypothesis that proto-humans do evolve by natural selection. But then he sees something else at work. He makes an ingenious argument. At this point, he is not fully a spiritualist, right? So natural selection is still the primary agent of evolution, even in humans. So he sees that we evolve in physical form, but then there came into existence a being in whom that subtle force we term mind became of greater importance than his mere bodily structure. So as he states in this 1864 paper, thereafter, natural selection is acting on the mind and decouples then human evolution from physical structure. We're able to overcome those challenges of the environment and the trials and tribulations of dealing with other organisms and climate and all of those things. Natural selection solely exerts its effect in humans on mental and moral attributes. Darwin is utterly fascinated by Wallace's idea. He says, the great leading idea is quite new to me, that during late stages, the mind would have been modified more than the body. He later described this as the best paper that has ever appeared in the Anthropological Review. And I think it is maybe the greatest tribute of his regard that Darwin actually directly incorporated Wallace's model into The Descent of Man. Here we are in chapter 5 on the development of the intellectual and moral faculties during primeval and civilized times. And that first line there, the advancement of the intellectual powers through natural selection, directly comes from Wallace. And he of course, attributes this to Wallace, this idea. But then they began to go their separate ways. So at this point, Wallace is still a believer in natural selection. And then increasingly, his convictions about spiritualism and that there may be some other force guiding human evolution at work. He warns Darwin in a letter in 1869 that he would be exploring, I quote, the limitations to the power of natural selection in a forthcoming article. I'm afraid that Huxley and perhaps yourself will think them weak and unphilosophical. Well, yeah, it was a bit of a bombshell, actually. Darwin kind of steeled himself for this. And indeed, Wallace took the opportunity of publishing a review of Lyell's 10th edition of the Principles. He published a paper called Sir Charles Lyell on Geological Climates and the Origin of Species. And it was in this paper that he first declares that, it's not natural selection responsible for moral and mental evolution, but rather some other entity, some other process, right? He's beginning to think about a supernatural process. Darwin is, of course, devastated by this. If you'd not told me, I should have thought this had been added by someone else. As you expected, I differ grievously from you, and I'm very sorry for it. This was a great breach in their thinking. By that time, Wallace had certainly become firmly a spiritualist, and he argued natural selection could not play that role in the evolution of the human brain, right? And in a way, he is not an apostate. He is not a Darwinian apostate, as might be assumed on the surface of it. He's actually being more Darwinian than Darwin. He's an ultra-selectionist. He's arguing that faculties such as complex abstraction, they're of no use to these so-called primitive people, and yet these people have these abilities. He is an ultra-Darwinian in that every stage, every trait must have its utility. But if it exists for untold thousands of generations in peoples where it plays no role, why should they have such abilities? Therefore, natural selection is not responsible for such abilities. He believes that something else is at work. Darwin says, of course, I hope you've not murdered too completely your own and my child. He is very upset. So they go their separate ways over this issue. And I want to just begin to conclude here by kind of circling back to, part of this argument that they have is over female choice, because by now, Darwin has now extended his model from humans and trying to understand human evolution, especially racial diversification, to backing into applying that to other groups. He can't initially accept that females can play such an important role. Again, I think it's likely reflects just cultural context and constraint. But he has to accept this. He eventually does. He develops his aesthetic basis of female choice, although mostly male choice in humans. Wallace, on the other hand, at this point, he's accepting female choice, but he thinks that these traits are indicators of vigor and health. They're fitness indicators. Modern historians and evolutionary biologists boil this down to the good taste versus good sense theories. And this is the crux of the issue between Darwin and Wallace, as nicely summarized by this diagram by Helena Cronin in the 1991 book Ant and the Peacock. To Wallace, fitness, female choice based on indicators of vigor and health, it boils down to natural selection. Why should we bother to call it something different? It's not. It's natural selection. So he really poo-pooed the idea of female choice and sexual selection. And so here you see in this diagram, females choose by either good taste, pure aesthetics, decoupled from any indicator of fitness. That's Darwin's view. Versus good sense, right? Females making wise choices based on fitness indicators of vigor and health, likelihood of helping sire very vigorous and healthy offspring, and so on and so forth. And there are many modern permutations of this thinking. The good genes hypothesis, resource monopolization of resources. There are honest signaling hypotheses. Really, it's fair to say that the modern theory of sexual selection is much more Wallacean than Darwinian. Largely, Darwin's aesthetic theory has been rejected. That doesn't mean that it's not still with us. Oh, let me just mention, by the way, interestingly, Wallace, as one indication of his growing interest in social issues, did come around to accepting a form of female choice in humans. And that is that in the context of female emancipation, suffrage, voting, full equality in all social, political, and financial affairs, free choice in marriage, that they would do the right thing and choose the best possible husbands, and in that way, through free choice in marriage, they would improve the mental and moral evolution of humans. Very interestingly. So Wallace is coming around to sexual selection, female choice, turned partly on his sense of social justice, which I think is quite interesting. But I'm just going to conclude here by pointing out, I think maybe the definitive kind of analysis of this fascinating multi-stage debate between Darwin and Wallace on sexual dimorphism and sexual selection was published in 1980 by Malcolm Cutler. But I want to just point out that in today's thinking, this is still very much debated, even though the view today is still very much Wallacean in outlook. You may be aware that there have been a number of interesting recent books that have explored the role of aesthetics, Darwin's aesthetic theory, and some, like Richard Prum at Yale, kind of resurrecting or rehabilitating the aesthetic theory. These are several fairly recent books. Eveline Richards' wonderful book, Darwin and the Making of Sexual Selection, 2017. Ryan's A Taste for the Beautiful, Evolution of Beauty by Richard Prum. Cronin's Ant and the Peacock is still really a kind of landmark distillation of this whole debate. So it's one of these areas where this area of disagreement between Darwin and Wallace persists even today, and their debate is shaping research and debate today. And with that, I know that lunch looms large, and I want to thank you very much for your patience and listening. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. David Collard. And David is another contributor to the Alfred Russel Wallace Companion volume, and spent much of his career at the University of Bath as an economist, and is sort of writing on Wallace's economic thinking. He's been retired for some years and living in Wallace's hometown of Usk. And I wanted to just make an announcement. You may have seen the flyers that have been distributed, but there's a fundraising campaign. The Usk Civic Society is raising some funds to erect a plinth in the town square in honor of Wallace in his hometown. And so if you're keen to contribute to this, please, by all means. We're fortunate to have the artist with us, Felicity Crawley. Where is she? There she is. Yes, there you are. Yes. So glad that you could join us today. Most worthy cause, another way to honor our man Wallace. So David will be speaking to us on Wallace on livelihoods in the Malay Archipelago and after. So thank you, David.
Thank you very much, James. I ought to explain before I start how an academic economist became interested in Wallace. It all started because George Beccolini paid a visit to our hometown and gave us a talk on Wallace. And at the end, he asked if there were any questions. So as you do, I put up my hand and asked a question which everybody here will know the answer to. And the question was Wallace influenced by Malthus in a way that Darwin was influenced by Malthus? The answer was, wow, yes, in spades. There's a famous quotation in my life where he explains his wonderful insight, partly as a result of Malthus. The Economist. George said, did I also know that Irving Fisher, the eminent 20th century American finance theorist, dedicated one of his books to Alfred Russel Wallace? No, I didn't. So I started looking and found out all sorts of interesting things about Wallace and the dismal science, as someone just now called it. I'm afraid my pictures are what you have here, because economics is a kind of black and white subject. I want to describe how the Wallace of the Malay Archipelago became the Wallace of the Land Nationalisation Society. So it's a fairly simple story, but worth going into. Throughout his writings, Wallace was very much concerned with what he called well-being. He used the phrase lots and lots of times. That's become fashionable now. And one of the bases of well-being is livelihood. And he was very careful to examine livelihoods of the people that he described in his book, in the Amazon book and in the Malay Archipelago book. I want to give 2 or 3 examples, chosen more or less at random, which I will read. In Borneo, Wallace notes the remarkable properties of the bamboo, which is found in abundance. He goes on to explain the Dayak's skill in putting it to a host of uses, including posts for houses, beds, bridges, for which he supplies a drawing, of course, pathways, pegs for climbing trees, baskets, hen coops, bird cages, fish traps, water vessels, cooking utensils, and last but not least, hubble bubbles. In fact, I'm wearing bamboo socks now, actually. He doesn't mention those, but fair trade, of course. Now, in Isaram, if that's how he pronounced it, he observes the process of making sago, where he describes, of course, how the trees are cut, how the material is obtained from the trees, how it's made into cakes and so on, and how this provides sago bread, which is very plentiful. But unfortunately, he notes, this makes people idle because it's so easy to get enough sago to live on. Just a few days' work will do for the year, so they end up with having very low living standards. So the third example comes from boat building in K. Planks, he describes, are cut from teak-like trees. Auger holes are bored and hardwood pins driven in to secure the pegs. All this is done with the simplest of tools. But the result, says Wallace, is comparable with that of the best European shipwrights. The inhabitants are primarily barter traders, money being almost unknown. Now, these are just fairly random instances of Wallace the Observer of how people actually go about getting their livings. But being Wallace, he's not content just to be an observer. He makes all sorts of observations. Some of them actually are a little bit uncomfortable. He's literally paternalistic, I think, in the way he regards what he and others then called savages. They're like children. Talking about Salib, he says, the governed are in an admitted state of mental inferiority to those who govern them. Not true now, is it? And are unable to decide what is best for their permanent welfare. There is in many respects an identity of relation between master and pupil, parent and child, and an uncivilized race and its civilized rulers on the other. For Wallace, the best model of colonization was the benevolently despotic Dutch one, rather than the Portuguese and English model of colonization. And surprisingly, especially in view of what we were being told this morning, Wallace comments on slavery in a rather relaxed kind of way. Provided the slaves were well treated, he talks in the Amazon book, he says, the slaves in Mexiana seem content and happy as slaves generally do. This is not the same Wallace who wrote decades later. In the Malay Archipelago and in the Amazon, he frequently complains about the attitude of savages to work and to innovation. They had what we would now call a high rate of time discount and a high preference for leisure over work. Why were the otherwise admirable Dayaks, he asked, so dilatory? The usual fault of all people in a half-savage state. Why could he not get the boat builders of Goram to work more than a couple of hours a day? Why should they, one might ask, if a reasonable livelihood may be easily obtained with just a few days' work? To overcome this reluctance to work, Wallace believed that subsistence, as in the case of sago, should not be too easy, as it would lead to a poor standard of living. The barbarian Aru was not better off for the cheapness of European manufactures, since he wants or lacks the stimulus of necessity to force him to labour. The natives, and there's an example here I won't bother about. On the other hand, savages sometimes work too hard because they lacked a division of labour, the great engine of economic growth. In the Amazon near Para, he commented that an Indian spends a week cutting down a tree in the forest and fashioning an article which by the division of labour can be made for sixpence. Wallace was a great enthusiast for trade, which he called the great genius of commerce. As we've seen, he wanted to modify the system of trade to make sure that people weren't earning subsistence too easily. Now, Wallace, in his more fanciful moments, was much taken by the notion of the noble savage. In his much quoted but rather accomplished poem, I think, he fancied his children growing up as Indians, rich without wealth and happy without gold. He remarked upon the superb beauty of the naked human bodies of the Aborigines of the Amazon. And in the Aru Islands, Wallace was delighted with the beauty of the human form, the unrestrained grace of the naked youth bending his bow is perfection of manly beauty. The women, he said, were by no means so pleasant to look at. Wallace was a realist. Some savages were better than others. So while he praised the Dyaks for being simple, honest, and lively, though of course dilatory, he condemned the natives of the Montebello Islands for being ugly, dirty savages. This led him to make, I think, the important observation that just as some savages were superior to others, the same thing was true of civilized people. We may safely affirm, he says, that the better specimens of savages are much superior to the lower examples of civilized peoples. We find Wallace at the end of the book reflecting on the higher and lower races. A low state of civilization does not necessarily imply a low state in respect of justice, crime, or inequality, nor does a high state of civilization imply a high state of social morality. Such considerations were to transform Wallace, the collector and explorer, into Wallace, the political campaigner. Right. Anyway, so we've got Wallace coming back from the Malay Archipelago. When the Wanderer returned, to use Raby's phrase, Raby had a chapter called The Wanderer Returns, which is rather good. He had much to concern himself with. This goes back to some of this morning's material, including the question of his own livelihood, a recurring source of difficulty for Wallace. Now, in this period, after getting back, I know he didn't write the book for 8 years, which is probably not good enough. He had to settle his relationship with the great men back at home, Darwin, Hooker, Lyell, and Spencer. He had to organise the collections. He had to write papers to consolidate his reputation. Had to find a bride after a false start in 1864, and most importantly, to write up his experiences in the Malay Archipelago. All this, while much of his energy was dissipated in the advocacy of spiritualism. So it's not surprising that any thoughts about land and livelihoods had to take second place. But Wallace was no stranger to the realities of obtaining a livelihood. As a builder, a surveyor, a valuer, a teacher, to say nothing of the practicalities of life as a collector. So he knew what he was talking about in terms of livelihoods. From our point of view, the interesting thing is how Wallace synthesized his knowledge of livelihoods and of nature into a program for the nationalization of land. Several factors came together to push Wallace in this direction. One was intellectual. Wallace had been much impressed in his youth by Robert and David Dale Owen's lectures on socialism and cooperation. He'd been impressed by Spencer's theory of social statics, and Spencer's famous argument which impressed Wallace was, look, if all property was privately owned, most of humanity couldn't exist without trespassing, which is absurd. Therefore, it was absurd that there should be private ownership of land. Also, of course, John Stuart Mill's great work on political economy in 1848 had raised the whole question about land and how it should be taxed and treated. So it was actually on the agenda as a political issue when Wallace returned in the 1860s. Second factor was the enclosure movement, which of course he'd been involved in when young himself. Wallace rightly made much of the injustices of the Highland clearances, which he described vividly in his handbook. This doesn't happen in poor countries. By the 1860s, however, the enclosure movement was coming to an end anyway, partly because it had run its course and partly because the urban population was increasingly resenting being excluded from the countryside. And I'd like to mention the Beckhamsted Common Battle in this connection. It's not as well known as the later battle in the 1930s, but in the 1860s, there was a battle, and the Commons Preservation Society organised a trainload of labourers to come up from London to demolish a fence which had been recently erected at Beckhamsted. Well supplied with alcohol, they took down the fence overnight. Interestingly, the owner of the fence went to law, and the judge ruled that to take down the fence was no more against the law than to put up the fence in the first place, which is rather good. And then, of course, the same organisation saved Epping Forest, which is again of great interest to Wallace, who applied to become a warden of it. The third factor was John Stuart Mill himself. And John Stuart Mill, who had enormous status by this time, actually wrote to Mill saying, would you join my land tenure association? And wrote to Wallace. And Wallace, of course, agreed, particularly on the right to roam, which he thought was very important. And also, Wallace added a bit to the Constitution, asking one of the objectives should be the state should have the power to own any objects of historical interest, monuments, castles, things of that sort. At this stage, though, Wallace wasn't advocating nationalisation of land, accepting Mill's defence of private property apart from inheritance. So joining the committee had the effect of raising Wallace's profile as a reformer. Next factor was the Irish question. There are only going to be 6 of these factors. The Irish question. As Charles Stewart Parnell's Irish Land League advocated the redistribution of land into peasant proprietorships, which had been favourably commented upon by Mill. Wallace strongly disagreed. He always had a strong opinion on things, did Wallace. He disagreed with this because he said if you give land to the peasant proprietors, you will soon find, after a generation or so, that big inequalities become established, the poorer owners buying out the richer ones. So it was very important, he argued, that the state should actually have the ownership of the land, and the land should be rented at fair rents out to the peasants. So there you have Wallace. The first time, I think, Wallace was suggesting nationalisation of the land was in connection with the Irish issue. Fifth factor was a chap called Henry George, who produced a book called Progress and Poverty, advocating a single tax, a tax on land, to replace all other taxes. Wallace was very enthusiastic about this. He actually helped George to organise public meetings over in this country. Eventually, he came to realise that he and Henry George were pursuing quite different objectives, because George was much more interested in capitalism than in the workers. These public meetings drew great criticism from, among the people, the great economist Alfred Marshall. Lastly, I return to the condition of the people issue. Back home, Wallace had no need for his skills as an amateur anthropologist, as he had plenty of experience as a young man earning a livelihood, and as current conditions in the factories had been much discussed by Engels, condition of the working classes and others. Far from making their own artifacts or working on the land, a growing proportion of the population were getting their livelihoods as wage earners in towns and cities. Towns and cities. Conditions were improving somewhat. There was the Factory Act of 1867 while Wallace was just finishing his book. There was the Factory Act of 1867, for instance, which consolidated a whole lot of earlier factory acts governing production in all establishments of more than 50 people. So there was some progress, but Wallace argued that real wages had been falling between 1840 and 1870. This is a debatable subject. Wallace argued in the face of statistics that the quality of people's living had deteriorated. Bread was adulterated, they were living in very poor conditions, the air was bad, and so on. He reported that, he concluded that populations in the towns and cities were badly fed, much of the food being adulterated, badly housed and badly paid. Wallace thought due to rural depopulation. Factory work was arduous and unsafe, the air was foul, and crime and alcohol were all pervading. These horrors contrasted greatly with what Wallace had experienced among much less civilized societies. They were the result not of lethargy or bad organisation, but of the system. So by 1880, Wallace was ready to come out, as it were, as a full-scale advocate of nationalisation of the land. But in the first instance, only for Ireland, and then for everybody. It propelled him into the foreground of the discussion, and he was invited in 1881 to become president of the Land Nationalisation Society, which he, of course, helped to start. And then in later years, we find that Wallace seized upon this as an opportunity to sound off in his presidential addresses. So once a year, he'd give a presidential address on whatever subject he chose, usually on nationalisation. But it gave him a great platform to talk about other issues as well. Now, finding that there was, impressive thing about Wallace, finding that there was not good literature for campaigning, he actually wrote a handbook of land nationalisation. Now, in itself, that handbook is quite an impressive piece of work when you think, well, all the other things the chap was doing in the late 1870s and early 80s, to writing a big book on nationalisation was quite something, you know. If he'd been a full-time economist, it would have been quite good, but he was doing other stuff as well. And he had an ingenious scheme for land nationalisation. Did have some holes in it, but it was rather good. The idea is that people who own land would be compensated by giving them government annuities, but they would be terminable annuities, so they only run for 25 years or a lifetime or whatever, after which the land would revert to the state. So you gradually have nationalisation of the land. Everybody had previously said you couldn't do this because if the state owned the land, they'd be hopeless at managing it, as experience suggests. And well, that's fine, we can deal with that. We'll have people paying rent for land, but instead of paying rent to the landlords, they'll pay rent to the state. And the rents that they pay, of course, would be used to actually pay the annuities to the landlords who had the land taken from them. So it would be a zero-cost scheme, and it would retain efficient agricultural production because it wouldn't have the state being a hopeless manager of the land. Interesting, really. Eventually, all these annuities would be paid off, and the land would revert to the state. This, said Wallace, disposed of the usual arguments against nationalisation, that the state was no good at running farms, and that nationalisation could not be afforded. Right, almost the end now. Wallace's vision of England was not of the noble savage, but of the comfortable cottager. Quote, "Surround the poorest cottage with a spacious vegetable garden, with fruit and shade trees, with room for keeping pigs and poultry, and for storing the house refuse and manure at some distance from the dwelling, and give the occupier a permanent tenure at a low quit rent, and the result is absolutely invariable. Under such conditions, the poorest cottage would be improved and made into a comfortable dwelling. The surplus fruit, vegetables, eggs, bacon, and other produce would benefit all the dwellers in the neighbouring towns." Well, with this vision in mind, apart from this main programme for nationalisation, Wallace made another suggestion, which was, in fact, rather controversial. His suggestion was that anybody, even if they had no experience of agriculture, should be allowed to go and claim 5 acres of land from a large farm to farm themselves. They pay a quit rent for that, provided there was access to the road system or whatever. They could be allowed to do this, and the local authorities would lend them capital in order to actually buy implements and all the rest of it. He argued this would have beneficial effects on the cottagers. It would also raise wages in the towns because people would be attracted into the towns to work so much, and there'd be more produce available into the towns. Anyway, following a barrage of criticism from the economist Alfred Russel and others, Wallace conceded that the effect on existing farms could be unfortunate. I wouldn't like it if people came along to my small holding in South Wales and said, "I want to have 5 acres, please." And the state say, "Yeah, okay, you can have that." So it wasn't very popular, this. It was an Arcadian and impractical proposal. But the need to make it was a measure of Wallace's unhappiness at how most of his countrymen now had to earn their livelihoods, no longer working in a fresh country air, no longer fashioning their own tools, but living stunted lives in the towns and cities. As he had remarked in the Malay Archipelago, a civilized society is not necessarily superior to a savage one. Thank you.
We'll hear another very interesting perspective on Wallace's kind of social thinking. Professor Martin Fichman from the University of York in Canada is also a historian of science and has actually written quite a lot about Darwin's scientific work. But in this case, he's also moved into analyzing some of Wallace's social and economic thought in his papers, Wallace's critique of industrial society. So thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Jim. And actually, my talk seems like almost a part two of the one we just heard, where I'm going to focus on Wallace's interest in the last decades of his life, that is essentially after 1880, in which he explored more of these social and political views and grievances that he felt in some detail. This topic, and it's tied in with what's sometimes called the other Wallace thesis, and up until really rather recently, perhaps the last couple of decades at most, certainly Wallace's contemporaries and historians viewed two Wallaces. One, the Wallace, like Darwin, of natural selection, mimicry, so forth and so on. And the other, the Wallace of spiritualism, anti-vaccinationism, blah, 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 which marked his decline and the lessening, I guess, of his acuity and skill. I think, and many others are now coming to see that that's really false, and Wallace really applied the same brilliant mind, I think we all know by now that Wallace was brilliant, to all the issues that he looked at. So there are a couple of issues here. I'm going to look at Wallace's views on social justice, socialism, and social evolution, but we can also add, much too complicated for now, Wallace's views on eugenics, Wallace's active role in land reform, Wallace's active role in a varieties of socialist crusades. And in the interest of time, I'm going to focus on the first and then just give us a brief sort of look at Wallace as a social prophet. And here we're not looking really at any specific predictions he's made, but the fact that just as Wallace, I suppose, to most people is significant as the co-discoverer of the theory of evolution by natural selection with that other person, there's actually much of what Wallace was writing about throughout his life, but certainly from the 1880s onward, that I think merit our attention today. So, and I just want to stress at the outset, because I'm not really covering what Wallace did in the Malay Archipelago. David did that. But I certainly think that the 8 years that Wallace spent in the Malay Archipelago and the 4 years previously in the Amazon had made it clear to him that one could have a prosperous egalitarian society not modeled on the virtuous industrial revolution, and a society that focused on the well-being, perhaps, of all members of that society. So in 1898, Wallace's The Wonderful Century, Its Successes and Failures was published. And Wallace, among other things there, cited the enormous buildup of armaments globally, and, quote, the parallel increase of capitalism and the greed for wealth and power as posing the greatest threats to society at the end of the 19th century or start of the 20th century, greater than they had at the beginning of the 19th century. And one might argue that those same things pose significant threats to us today. That Wallace, the point, however, that I want to make here, that Wallace should even attempt to make his views on social, political views public really ran counter to much of what was thought as properly scientific in the Victorian period. And we know how Wallace really sort of battled against the most of the members of the scientific establishment, Huxley, Lyell, and the rest, for doing things that they deemed unscientific. However, Wallace believed that they were as important as his scientific subjects, and he definitely made them a matter of the public record. So Wallace almost, if you look at his own journals and his letters that are now becoming available, unlike many other Victorian scientists, did not confide his thoughts, non-scientific, to his journals, his diaries, his letters, but they were up front, out there, in your face, as it were. Okay, just a couple of things. However, we can't forget that Wallace, as the co-creator of evolution by natural selection, always believed that evolution by natural selection was a very potent tool for exploring many aspects of life on this planet, in addition to purely what we might say technically biological. And as he developed these sorts, he came to the conclusion, and this is, I think, well known and was touched upon by some earlier talks, came to the conclusion that natural selection on its own was a powerful tool but could not cover all topics. And natural selection, particularly in the field of human evolution, had to be supplemented by some other forces, tools, whether they be spiritualism, for which he encountered a great deal of opposition, or social and political reorganization. He felt that natural selection, when complemented by these other cofactors, perhaps, could better explain human evolution and guide us, perhaps, away from the problems of the late Victorian culture to the future, whatever that might hold. So in 1894, Wallace targets the science of political economy, which was then reigning fairly supreme in England, Europe, the United States. In 1894, Wallace declared that the science of political economy has now guided and often governed the civilized world for near a century, but it may be doubted if the world is much the better for this guidance. Now, Wallace could hardly deny that, owing to certain of the dictates of political economy and the growth of industrialization, that in some ways, England at the end of the 19th century was better off than it was at the beginning of the 19th century. More prosperous, street lighting, you name it, they had it, and so do we. Possibly a bit more pessimistically, but he also exclaimed that despite the spread of industrialization, steam power, and the rest, the contrast that struck him most at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th, was the contrast of wealth and poverty, riches and poor. The gulf between the rich and the poor, he stated, was greater, far greater than ever before in world history. So we see here Wallace not alone, but Wallace seeing that there's a flip side to industrialization and one that's a fairly serious one. Is there a way to get around this? His solution to this problem, which was by no means complete, and we're still searching for that, I suppose, was to put forth an outline of a new social economy to replace political economy, to see if we could get a better balanced world, as it were. So this is his exploration of social economy, social well-being, those terms that are tossed about, but that Wallace took seriously. Wallace's central objection to industrial capitalism was that in its functioning as an engine of wealth creation, which it does superbly, it takes, quote, no heed to who has the wealth. In his mind, given the existing power structure of England in the 19th century, as well perhaps as our own societies, much of the wealth created by the majority of the population seemed to accumulate for the benefit of the comparative few in the very top echelons of society, the 1%, perhaps a term that we're familiar with this today. So Wallace had a series of generalized proposals. He never outlined anything as clearly as he did in the 1855 paper on the mechanics of natural selection, but had some, guidelines for solving what he thought was a huge problem. Just to take one example, Wallace never shy about things. One way of correcting this huge imbalance of wealth that industrial society produces was to legally prohibit inherited wealth. So you can imagine that Wallace is often taken to task for spiritualism. A number of his other ideas were perhaps equally unpalatable, not ready for his time, and perhaps, I don't know, not ready for our own either. But these are at least ideas that could get to the root of the problem of massive inequality as Wallace saw it. Now, and I think David pointed to this to some degree, Wallace was widely read, more widely than we might think, in the political, economic, and social thought of his period. He was particularly influenced, as we know, by Herbert Spencer, John Stuart Mill, but also by figures like Leo Tolstoy, Benjamin Kidd, who was a well-known sociologist at the end of the 19th century, whose work I'll mention in just a moment, and two American reformers whom we heard about briefly, Henry George and Edward Bellamy. And these two latter figures were really very instrumental in Wallace's developing thought, not only socially, but even to the degree that his later views on sexual selection, as Jim Costa has pointed out, his flipping from no female choice to female choice, and therefore coming to agree with Darwin, was in Wallace's case, to a large degree, influenced by his readings of Edward Bellamy and his well-known and hugely influential utopias of the late 19th century, particularly looking backward, if one needs that. So what we have is Wallace gathering tools to try to attack what he saw as a huge problem. The opportunity to put things down a bit more specifically came in a review that he did of Benjamin Kidd's book of, what's the date, 1894, Social Evolution, which was a major work in social thought sociology. And in this long review in 1894, Wallace gives us some further hints as to how he sees society as potentially moving forward. Wallace regarded Kidd as having provided a novel theory of social progress that, quote, he said, was thoroughly scientific in its methods, based as it was upon the most recent findings in evolution by natural selection. But for Wallace, the most ingenious feature, indeed the keynote of Kidd's entire work, was the declaration, quote, that religion is not, as the scientific urge, a mere system of superstition and error, a clog on the wheels of progress, or the enemy of science and enlightenment. On the contrary, Kidd made the point, and Wallace made the point, that the ethical teachings of religion, and Wallace actually wrote a great deal about this in terms of the history of human evolution and so forth, the role of religious systems. It was the ethical teachings of religion that Wallace focused on, not the theological ones, that he deemed to be a crucial element in the progress of the human species. And he never let go of that, and he felt that it would be the ethical teachings of religion that would provide some key insights for getting out of the dilemma, as he saw it, of the Industrial Revolution, that is, this glaring wealth amidst grinding poverty. Wallace was also pleased with Kidd's emphasis that no progress in human history had been achieved without, quote, some form of selection. Wallace himself espoused a form of sexual selection, specifically female choice, which Jim spoke about among humans, female choice in humans, as being a form of selection that could guide us into the future. Now, it's interesting that one of the key issues that Darwin and Wallace differed upon and was this issue of sexual selection. And it was only very late in his career that Wallace made what one of, I forget who it is, but one of the historians stated was a stunning reversal with respect to female choice. And in this case, his notion that females, by choosing effectively the proper mate for all sorts of high-minded reasons, would bring about the gradual evolution of the species towards sort of perhaps a better form of social life. And so in this respect, again, it's from Bellamy specifically that he gets the notion of, for him, of female choice. And if you look at Bellamy's utopian works, either Looking Backward or another work, a utopian novel, Equality, the role that females play in choosing mates and directing or guiding evolution is a prominent one. So Wallace, having sort of just pointed to some of Wallace's social critiques and how he proposed giving them some teeth, I just want to close by saying how, in many ways, Wallace can be viewed as being as significant to our own time as Wallace the naturalist certainly is. Wallace's societal critiques are perhaps even more germane in our current age of technological overindulgence than they were in the late Victorian period. And this motivated his efforts to promote public strategies, whether it was land nationalization or other things, that would balance what I'm calling, he did, the so-called techno-scientific imperative, such as continued economic and industrial growth at all cost, mindless of any other concerns, that these are, I would think, still with us today. One has to only look at the way in which poor Mark Zuckerberg is pilloried in the United States, particularly by the US Congress, for his perhaps not so benevolent use of his billions in Facebook to not bring about universal well-being, but the wealth of Facebook. So the idea of demanding and achieving growth at any cost, which Wallace saw as very problematic, as being overly economic and not dealing significantly with social aspects, I think remains an issue to us today. So, and one final point here before concluding, it's interesting that Wallace the scientist, nonetheless, in his visions of the present and future social order, had a vision that was not scientific or technological, but more ethical and social. And certainly we can see that, I don't have to tell us here, that the power of the Industrial Revolution has gone on unabated to the present day. We see that in not only wealth inequality, we see that in the impact mainly negative on the environment of unmitigated economic industrial growth and so forth. So Wallace, in a major way, was a prophet in the sense that he anticipated many things that really were not ignored in the Victorian period, but were not really regarded as significant amidst all the glamour and prestige of the booming economy. Wallace thought that these other matters were important. So how does he measure up as a social prophet in conclusion? In certain of his pronouncements on industrial society, Wallace appears very astute. Growing economic and social inequality is as stark, or perhaps more stark, In many of the so-called advanced nations, as well as emerging societies today, think about it, when people are asked in England and in the United States, Canada, or anywhere throughout the world, what are their main issues, bread and butter issues. So the notion of inequality, still as great, if not greater today. Conversely, gender inequality, and one can say Wallace was not a feminist in the sense that we use it today, but certainly he was gender blind to some degree, and his notion of the equality of the sexes in many areas has come to pass to some degree. And indeed, what he called the woman of the future, this angel of sexual selection, who knows, maybe it has come to pass. Certainly, females no longer labor under the constraints, not only under the constraints of marriage, but of marital choice that were very extreme and onerous in the 19th century. He's not the cause of this, but so on. Third, I think there's no doubt that Wallace and a number of other Victorian environmentalists, that the question of environmental pollution and degradation, which was obvious to all in the 19th century, London was known very well for its devastating fog and smog. Now New Delhi, according to the paper a day or two ago, has that honor. But environmental pollution and degradation have just continued, one could say, with even greater force than in Wallace's time. The fourth was Wallace's attack on what he called the use of science and technology for military purposes. Not to be naive here, but the wow, what science and technology could do for the military. What Wallace called the vampire of war certainly has as sharp fangs. And there's an interesting chapter in The Wonderful Century called The Vampire of War, in which Wallace goes on at length about this, that one could argue that the misallocation of funds for military purposes, which are largely today, I think, in terms of cost, scientific and technological, rather than manpower, might be considered a misallocation of human resources, social resources. Who knows? Fifth, the role of, who are we to say? Except that Wallace is always right, pardon me. Fifth, the role of religion and spirituality as forces in society have not gone away, as some in the Victorian period, the victors in the origin of species battle, shall we say, between science and religion. Religion and cognate forces in our society have not disappeared in the face of science, but perhaps have grown more important in certain areas. And for Wallace, religion as an ethical force, not a theological tool, has promise for human evolution. And then finally, although not touching upon this, Wallace's whole role in the anti-vaccination debates. Wallace was a firm opponent of vaccination, and one can see quite clearly that vaccination, pro-vaccination is a fairly active controversy today. But Wallace's, if you look at Wallace's many works on anti-vaccinationism, they are not screwball at all, but they are based upon what he and many others realized was a very significant statistical critique of the arguments on pro-vaccination in a period when the statistics were just not available, and one could, if one used statistical reasoning, and Wallace really did quite a job on that, show that there was equal evidence that vaccination resulted in more illness, more death. But that's just to pose those questions. So without claiming anything further. I would just argue that once we look at all these other aspects of Wallace's writings, not only were they in some degree, well, they were certainly controversial, but influential in his own time, his writings on economics and so forth. But they seem to have as much sort of resource value as us today as his more celebrated writings in natural history. So we'll leave it at that. Okay.
And really on the subject of the socio-political and economic factors that impact our interaction with the environment, environmental degradation, that's actually a segue into the next couple of talks, and the pleasure of introducing to you Professor Matthias Glaubrecht, who is at the University of Hamburg in Germany, has published an edition of the Malay Archipelago in German, co-author of our recently sort of discovered and translator of our sort of rediscovered paper on Wallace on the permanence of continents and oceans, and has written some very reflective pieces on the historic and the contemporary environment of the Malay Archipelago. Thank you, Matthias. Oh yeah, I guess I should do that, shouldn't I? Sorry. Here we go. Sorry about that.
That's one. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for the introduction and especially for the invitation to talk here. It's an honor and a pleasure. And actually, the reason for that was that Jim Costa was reading the translation of the final chapter of the first German biography of about Alfred Russel Wallace. So if it is too frustrating and sad, please blame it on Jim, what I'm talking about here, because it is the loss of biodiversity in the area, Nusantara, that Wallace was traveling through. I'll start by trying to focus your attention on The Wonderful Century, one of the popular books by Alfred Russel Wallace. And he's not only talking about the plunder of Earth in this popular book in the concluding chapter, but he's pointing out that felling trees has a consequence, because the rich soil is quickly washed away by tropical rains, and which will probably not regain its former fertility. And a bit later, he was pointing out that forest growths of many hundreds of years have been cleared away, often with disastrous consequences, to an extent never before approached and probably not equaled in amount during the whole preceding period of human history. And that's exactly what I would like to talk about and extend a bit on. Wallace was exactly knowing what he was talking about, because he was taking advantage of clearings and the felling of trees, not only in Singapore, where much of the rainforest was about to be cleared at his time, also in Sarawak, and even in further to the east in New Guinea. It was the hunting grounds for him. In particular, right after finishing this famous essay on the Sarawak law, he went to the Sadong River, to Simyong, and that's exactly the spot where, by a clearing of forests, where Chinese workers were providing the hunting ground for his entomological hunting of butterflies and of beetles. And actually, that is where we have this beautiful book edited by Jim on the organic law, because it started in the entomological notebook. At his time, we were about losing the last tigers in Singapore, later even in Bali where he was, and he had to go to the remote places further to the east to really actually hunt those rare specimen of birds of paradise in Aru and in New Guinea. So even at in his time, there were first signs of a biodiversity loss that we're facing today. And in one of his other popular books, he was starting to talk about the era of human destructiveness, which he thought started with the systematic use of fire and the possession of weapons for hunting. He was actually the first scientist in those popular books pointing out something what is today called the Anthropocene, and he has been called the father of the idea of the Anthropocene. And the Anthropocene is not only a new concept replacing or following the Holocene the last 10,000 years in the debates among the geologists, but it has become one of the concepts that have been discussed or are actually discussed in the humanities and even in economy. And the most important signatures and the beginning of the Anthropocene is actually not said as Wallace thought with the beginning of fire or the use of fire, but it's 1950, which is a bit of an arbitrary setting. But we have strong signals, not only carbon dioxide, but plutonium and other signals, plastic and concrete, that we are amassing as the starting point of the Anthropocene. In my country, at least, the Anthropocene is synonymized more or less with global change, talking about raising surface temperatures, but it has other sides and other signatures. And over talking about climate change, most of the people ignore that we also have a strong signal from biology, which is the loss of biodiversity. So many species, many populations are lost around 1950. Although not unprecedented in Earth history, we have about 5 mass extinctions we know about. People have started to talk that we're in the midst of the 6th mass extinction, or what has been called the biological annihilation. So we're actually losing not only species, we are losing biomass, we are losing populations. And what I would like to talk about today, first of all, is deforestation, a future without forest, so the loss of forest cover and the degree, especially in Southeast Asia, about biodiversity, its riches and the crisis, and lately and last about the defaunation and biological annihilation. Let's start with a couple of facts about forests. Today, worldwide, is covering they are covering like 30% of the global surface, the terrestrial surface. And over the last 100,000 years, we have lost about half of the forest cover. Most of the forests are actually in tropical regions, not only in Southeast Asia and the Amazon in Africa, as you all know, and most of the remaining forests still in the Amazon. So the loss is not over 100 and 150 years since Wallace, but the loss has been over the last 20 or 30 years, and we have lost about 1/3 just in the last 2 decades. So we are down from 70 million square meters to 11 million square meters on a global scale. And that these data have been provided, especially by Matthew Hansen from the US in the last couple of years, by very detailed satellite survey data from Landsat satellites. So we know very precisely where we are losing trees, which not everyone likes to be followed that closely, especially in the Amazon. You can see how that has degraded since the 70s to the last couple of years by felling trees and turning land into agricultural areas. If you want to look at that in a statistical way, you see that Brazil, for example, the amount of the square kilometers that we have lost is actually, or was going down over many years until the early 2010, 2011. But if you look at the actual figures, especially in the last couple of years, like 2018, it's going up even in Brazil. And if you look at Indonesia, the very area where Wallace was traveling, you see that they make up for what has been gained, in quotation marks, in Brazil. So they're nearly doubling the amount of forest cover that is felt. If you look in more detail, you can look at Borneo, you can look at Sumatra and other islands. You will see that this loss over the last couple of decades or half a century here has virtually gone through the entire island. It's basically only the high mountainous area where you can still find primary forests. And we all know that that is due to the agricultural expansion. So in the same way as we are losing forest cover, agricultural expansion is going up, not only in Southeast Asia, but in other tropical countries too. And most of the change in land use is due to oil plantations growing and going on in a way that we hardly are aware of how often that is done, but if you're traveling in those areas, and I'm doing my field work normally on Sulawesi and other parts of Indonesia, you'll see and you'll fly and you'll drive through all palm plantation throughout this area, and you see how much the production of palm oil and oil palm plantations were going up in the last couple of years, especially in Indonesia. Which brings me to the loss of biodiversity, which is correlated, of course, to the loss of forest cover. Wallace was working in one of the richest areas in terms of biogeography, as we have heard, and we learned about all the signals that he was using to separate these Oriental and the Australian region, but it's also one of the most interesting areas in terms of geology and our explanations, which is a different story I'm not going on to talk about today. But apart from the fact that it was a marvelous expedition, basically the most important one-man expedition in Odyssey throughout the Wallacea, he has collected more than I know any other person, a naturalist, has collected during the 8 years. So far as I know, it's more than 120,000 animals, as we have seen, and he was discovering or bringing back many new species, over 200 bird species, nearly 1,000 beetle species, and so on. Although that is only scratching the surface of biodiversity. As we know today, and many people are not aware that for nearly 100 years, basically Wallace's century, this question of how many species there are was not a subject of interest. And it's only in the last couple of years, especially since Terry Irwin's experiments in Panama, that we've learned about the number of species that is out there. We think currently that there are 8 to 9 million species, most of them still to be discovered. We have worked on 2 million so far, and we can actually use, without going into the details here, we can actually use the system of Linnaean classification to make an extrapolation and actually to assume that there are about 8 to 9 million species out there that we still have to describe. This is not in birds, and this is not in mammals, it is not in vertebrates, but we have to describe most of those species in the realm of the invertebrates, spiders and snails and others. And Robert May once said that nearly every animal on Earth is an insect. So that's where the majority is, and most of those insects are specialists specializing on specific forest trees. So we are losing, with the trees, we are losing a lot of biodiversity without having described it. This biodiversity is not distributed equally around the world. It's concentrated in specific areas and regions of the world. And one of those regions, of course, is Southeast Asia. And that's exactly, and that brings me to the next point, that's exactly where we are losing most of the species. This is a heat map of biodiversity loss and the number of species that are in danger. And as you can see, it is the hottest areas in this respect are the Indo-Malayan Archipelago, Sumatra, Malaysia, Borneo, and the other islands. So let's talk in the last section about what has been called in analogy to deforestation, which has been called defaunation. And let's start by looking at Wallace's starting point, Singapore. Singapore gives a very good example, or very bad example, for what is going on. You see how much of the forest cover has been lost. In Singapore, it has started, of course, way earlier than in other more remote areas, especially due to urbanization, to first plantations in caoutchouc, later especially through the developing city. But Singapore has lost nearly 95% of the primary forest cover over the last 150 years. And you can see how much of the percentage of how much of the species and the different groups of species are, of animals are involved. And using those exact numbers from Singapore, people have made projections about the extinctions in the entire Southeast Asia, and these are awful numbers. And if you think this is an exception, you will see that we are especially looking here as an example into mammals and birds. We have learned that we are losing a lot of the, especially larger mammals and birds in areas where Wallace was active. It's the Amazon region, of course. It's areas in the Ituri forests in Central Africa, and it's again, especially in Southeast Asia. But nevertheless, it is not a problem only of those high or regions of high interest. It's an overall global problem, and over the last couple of years, you can accumulate more and more data on this annihilation of species. You can see that this is not only species numbers that we are losing, but we are losing the range. It's a shrinkage of the distributional area, the range of species, and it's basically biomass of individual species that we are losing. You certainly have heard, and I'll come to that in a second, about the loss of insect biomass. That is a problem in all 6 continents. Of course, also in Southeast Asia, where Wallace was doing his work. And Wallace was one of the first to actually hint at the single factor and the most important factor. He hinted at something that has been named the megafauna extinction, and we know that once human beings colonized Australia, they were wiping out the megafauna over there. Later, when they colonized North America, then South America, a couple of thousand years later, the second megafauna extinction went on there, and we're in the middle of, you can call that the third one, which is actually the 6th mass extinction due to human influence. We know that we are not only losing species, we are losing the larger species first. And we have started that in the Pleistocene by wiping out mammoths and others. So you can see how this, when you look at the scale, you can see that the Pleistocene extinctions were actually involving the megafauna, and then we are moving into smaller mammals because we are losing the large mammals and the large birds first. Human beings have turned into what have been called a super predator. We are the single most important evolutionary factor on Earth now. That is something that we have to realize here. We are not only one other predator, we are a specific predator because we are fishing through the entire food web. We are fishing through all areas of herbivore, carnivore, and other predators, especially when we're doing the industrial fishing. We're neglecting who it is and which role it plays in the food web. We're going through the entire food web by wiping out most of those species which have an important role in the food web. And that is a global phenomenon, of course, and that is something that we see in Europe. These are data from Germany, from Europe. In the last 40 years, we have lost about 300 million bird species in Europe alone, and in particular in those birds of the open country, not so much the species in the woodland, but in the open country. And you can see how that was going down from about 600 million specimen, and this time I'm talking about specimen here in the last 3 or 4 decades in the entire Europe. The same what's happening here in Great Britain, the same as what we see in Germany, and there's data from the US just a couple of weeks ago published. We see that in the entire North America and Canada, the same is going on in the same scale. We know that not only the birds are going, we have lost about 80% of the biomass of insects. The anecdotic evidence is evident to all of us. My father has driven us from Hamburg to Berlin when I was young, and he was not only stopping at the gasoline station and getting fuel, but he has to clean the, how do you call it, the window screen, and that has been lost. So we all know that we are losing that, but it's a phenomenon that is called shifting baseline. We got used to it. So we are not knowing how much biodiversity was out there 30, 40 years ago. We are acquainted to what we know last couple of years and not the last couple of decades, and not talking about Wallace's time 100 years ago. And that, of course, is not only birds, it's not only insects, which are the food for the birds, of course, and we know we have evidence from Britain. We have evidence from the so-called Krefeld study in Germany a couple of years ago that we are losing biodiversity. And that is terrible because most of our food is depending. If you want to eat a tomato, you need a wild bumblebee and other insects. So most of our food is related to pollination. So we know that there is a loss that is actually a severe threat to our nutrition. And in this year, in May, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services produced that graphic, and you can see what the proportion are among the major animal and plant groups that we have already lost and that we will use in the near future. So our footprint is enormous that we are leaving on Earth. And it's only few areas in the world that we can call wilderness in the same way as the wilderness that Wallace has encountered when he was traveling through the Malay Archipelago. And the interesting thing is this wilderness is not in Indonesia. It's lacking on this graphic and also on this. This wilderness that is left is concentrated in just 5 countries in the world. And one is US, and one is Brazil. So it's interesting that we have to focus on those international leaders of the last wilderness areas in the world if you want to save the biodiversity. Human pressure all over the world is increasing. This is just a graphic to see how again as a heat map, how the land cover, the infrastructure has developed in the last 3 decades. And it's developing especially in those areas that I have pointed out to you as those where biodiversity is highest. So the amount of biodiversity we are losing are in those areas where the land change is fastest. And that is all due to a single factor, and this single factor is one that people are not going to talk about. It's the increase in world population, and you know all that. It should be better drawn like that on the right-hand side. An explosion in world populations, and you know all those predictions from climate change. It's the worst case and the best case scenario, and you can choose between 7 billion people or 17 billion people by the end of this century. So the middle extrapolation is that we are coming from 7.7 right now this year, and we will develop into 11 billion people on Earth. And you can see how that is developing. All the orange dots are those that came into existence as cities in the last 50 years, half a century. Those cities were not there 50 years ago, not to talk about Wallace's time. And you see how that is developing, especially in Asia and Africa in the next time. So, and finishing with the question, is there hope for us and for biodiversity? I'll leave it to you to decide on that, but here is an overview about the terrestrial ecoregions in the world, and there has been suggestions to protect in up to 2030 up to 30% of those areas, and up to 2050, 50% of the Earth, if you want to save the biodiversity that is left. So if you're not saving 30% or 50% over the next couple of decades, we will lose most of the biodiversity on Earth. Those are the predictions. The same is true for the marine realm, where the protected area is a bit smaller, but the biodiversity is also smaller. So talking about, and coming back at the end to Wallace, talking about that, we'll see that if you don't do anything about protecting more areas, and don't do anything about protecting biodiversity, if you take just as one example, the birds of paradise, this once mythical bird of paradise will become once again creatures of legends, as they will have been before Wallace was traveling to the farthest corner of the archipelago. Only this time they will be gone forever. And Wallace was very far-sighted, and he was very intelligent, and he was, in his own words, writing in 1863, future ages will certainly look back upon us as a people so immersed in the pursuit of wealth as to be blind to higher considerations. They will charge us with having culpably allowed the destruction of some of those records of creation which we had in our power to preserve, seeing that many of them perish irrecoverable from the face of the earth, uncared for and unknown. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, you raucous Wallaceophiles. Of course, ARW would appreciate that. This has been quite an interesting, diversity of talks, and I have a special pleasure to introduce to you our keynote speaker of the day, a friend from home, Clay Bolt, who once upon a time lived in my neck of the woods in the southeast, and now is a denizen of the great state of Montana. Clay is a photographer extraordinaire. And he has worked with the World Wildlife Fund. He's a regular contributor to National Geographic magazine. He is the co-founder of an interesting organization, a partnership with colleagues and friends here in the UK called Meet Your Neighbors, and with a highly distinctive photographic style of helping people get up close and personal with especially the wee organisms in our yards. And I was delighted, some of you would have seen the big news of Clay's expedition, or the expedition of which he was a part last year, earlier this year, traveling in Wallace's footsteps, and the rediscovery of Wallace's giant bee, which is very interesting. And this is, I think, complements Professor Glaubrecht's talk and giving us some sense of conservation issues facing that part of the world, but also maybe invoking this spirit of exploration and discovery that I'm very glad is still with us. So I think that Wallace himself would have deeply appreciated Clay's travels in his footsteps there in the Malay Archipelago. Without further ado, Clay, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thanks, Jim. And before I get started, I just want to say Jim promised me that everyone was going to be dressed like Alfred Russel Wallace. And so I'm sorely disappointed, but I'm going to stick with it because that's the kind of guy I am. I'd like to offer a tremendous thanks to the Linnaean Society for allowing me to be your keynote. Of course, thanks to Jim for encouraging me and supporting me to be here today, and the Charles Darwin Trust for supporting my travel all the way from snowy Montana, where it's much colder. So when you come to London and it's nice and warm, you know you're living in a cold place. Today I'm going to talk to you about an extraordinary experience that I had earlier this year. It was an experience many years in the making, and I think one of the things that I think about a lot in my career, especially standing in front of you all today, is how did I get here? You know, I often feel like I've snuck into a party, and at some point somebody's going to realize that I wasn't supposed to be I wasn't on the guest list. So that's kind of the story of my life. But yet here I am, and so I have your attention at least for 45 minutes. The doors are locked, so don't try to get out. That is actually the best way to get out in this case. So I'm a natural history and conservation photographer, which what that means is I'm not just trying to snap pretty photos of different subjects. I'm trying to document the life cycles of the species that I'm interested in. I occasionally slum it and photograph mammals, but usually I'm photographing things like invertebrates. Insects are really the core of what I focus on. And then I take those images and I work with conservation organizations to try to help protect those species. I think it was probably about a year into my career. I started working as a photographer in 2002. And about a year in, I realized I'm taking photos of all these things, but I'm not doing anything to give back. And that's when I began to work with conservation organizations. I was pretty much born with a hat on my head and a net in my hand, which led to a very painful childbirth. But I've always been fascinated with insects. I don't really know where it came from. I've just always loved the little things that most people tend to overlook. And I remember growing up and thinking, you know, what does it take to be an explorer? You know, this sort of piercing gaze, that sort of build that, well, naturally was born with, but that build that explorers need. You know, I felt so inadequate. I was just this guy who sat in his bedroom with pet beetles. So, of course, I was the life of the party, always. And I was also really interested in art. So it was always these twin passions in my life of art and science that really guided much of my life. And when I thought about what it takes to be an explorer, you know, there are certain things that we need to have, right? This is what we grow up thinking that we need to have. If only Indiana Jones was a real character, you would have known that this is the main thing. If you've ever traveled to Southeast Asia, this is the most valuable thing. Throw off the whip and just get some triple-ply toilet paper. Wallace, to me, is a hero for many reasons. One of the reasons is that he was more or less a self-taught biologist. You know, he had this career as a surveyor, and he would study biology at night, and that was similar to me. I actually ended up getting a degree in graphic design in 1998 because I was told by my professors, this is a way you can make money with art. I was sort of always switching between this love of science and art, and I always felt like I had to choose between one or the other. And so I did that and started working in advertising, and soon realized this is very unlike the art that I was doing before I got my degree. And so I tried to figure out, how can I get back into studying natural history? How can I use my passion for nature and combine it with my love of art? And in 2001, I took a trip to Australia. I brought along an old Pentax K1000 camera that I had. It was an awful camera. I was a terrible photography student in school. I remember I had this model shoot with this girl that I was really interested in, and I took her out to the cemetery to do something really artsy, and I was photographing her, you know, posing on tombstones and things like that. I didn't realize that the film wasn't advancing the entire time, so I made about 30 exposures on top of one another, and shortly after, we never talked again. So it was a terrible photographer, but through photography, I was able to learn about ways that I could combine my love of art and nature, and I've had a lot of great experiences. This looks very dramatic, but it's actually in Guyana in South America. My guides they tended to smoke a little bit of the ganja, and so basically they almost caught their hammock on fire, and because they put their rubber boots next to the fire. So I was actually trying to get a fire started after rescuing my guides. So those are the kind of adventures that I tend to have. I first learned about Wallace in a great book, if you've never read it, called Song of the Dodo by David Quammen, one of my favorite writers, who also happens to live in Bozeman with me. And I often see David. I was actually walking down the sidewalk the other day, and I heard these like really fast footsteps behind me, and I thought I was being stalked, but it was just David Quammen just walking very rapidly behind me. I immediately crossed the street. He's kind of a shady character. But within that book, there was a great passage, and if you've not read the book, Quammen is a big fan of Wallace and really tries to give credit to Wallace for his contributions to discovering the theory of evolution. And there's this passage in the book where Wallace is talking about this beautiful kingbird of paradise. And this really stuck with me after a while. This idea that should civilized man ever reach these distant lands and bring moral, intellectual, and physical light into the recesses of those virgin forests, finally the extinction of these very beings will come into play. Which I thought was super interesting because on one hand, Wallace saw himself as someone separate from that, but at the same time, he was going into these places and bringing the world's attention to these rare places. And as we've seen today, Wallace is a very complicated man, but that really stuck with me as the idea, what are the responsibilities of being an explorer and someone who is passionate about nature, but also wants to conserve that nature. Because always, there's this idea that you go somewhere, you celebrate your achievements, but then what does that mean? What happens in the wake of your leaving of that place? But here is what's really changed my life over the last few years. Like many of you, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, I began to hear about all the bad things that were happening with bees, the loss of bees. And I remember seeing this cover on Time magazine, "A World Without Bees. The price we'll pay if we don't figure out what's killing the honeybee." Now, here in the UK, honeybees are native to this part of the world. But in the US, they're actually an introduced species. And yet there was so much talk about protecting the bee, and that bee was the honeybee. That was all anyone ever thought about. And the interesting thing is that honeybees are a domesticated species, as you know. They're like cattle. Actually, imagine cattle going extinct. It's not going to happen. And because of the breeding and the concern about honeybees going extinct, the numbers are actually, by some counts, have risen over the last few years to compensate for that. And as I began to look into bees, I realized we also have native bees, small bees that weren't getting a lot of attention. So I went out and I wanted to document the bees that I was finding in my backyard. And this was actually the first day photographing bees. I didn't know very much about bees at the time. And this is a very small aster, about this big, very tiny. And these two bees are smaller than a grain of rice. And they're both considered to be sweat bees in the common vernacular. And I had been used to taking photos of beetles and butterflies and things like that and posting them online, and immediately my friends who were entomologists could tell me what they were. But when I showed these two bees to some of my friends, one in particular, a renowned entomologist, said, "Oh, that's a so-and-so bee," and he was completely wrong. And I thought, wow, if this guy doesn't know what this species of bee is, then maybe I'm onto something. Maybe there are a lot of stories that can be told. If I'm photographing something in my backyard here in South Carolina that no one's ever seen before, or at least no one has really paid very much attention to, then perhaps there's something here. So as I began to do my research, I discovered that there are 20,000 species, at least known species of bee in the world. That's a lot of bees. And beyond just the species themselves, actually, can you imagine the amount of behavior, the amount of opportunities to document stories that have never been told? It was an amazing opportunity. My mind was blown. And so I began to document these species and their stories. And they're so incredibly beautiful. For example, this is an orchid bee, a male orchid bee. And like most bees in the world, most bees are solitary. So we think of bees living in these giant hives or colonies, but actually, in fact, most bees are solitary. And they will often do things like sleeping attached to vegetation because they don't have a nest to go to at night. And this is one of the first species of orchid bees that actually you can find in places. This is in Panama. And it's one of the species that comes into an area after it's been cleared. And this is actually not the stinger. Male bees don't sting. Male wasps don't sting. Stingers are actually modified ovipositors. This is actually the tongue of this bee folded beneath its body, which is incredible. And so not only are orchid bees amazing in terms of the coloration that they have, they look like little machines, they also have these varied tongues, which is something that a person like Darwin or Wallace would certainly be very interested in. But in North America, we have squash bees that wake up before honeybees ever leave the nest. They often sleep in the blossoms of squash, and they've adapted to be the best pollinators of squash. We have these amazing longhorn bees that are solitary species as well, big, fat, fast-flying bees that pollinate sunflowers over great distances. This is the sexiest bee I've ever photographed. This is called a I'm trying to think of the common name of it, but anyway, it's a, fuzzy-legged leafcutter bee. It took me a moment. And the reason this bee has a lot of attitude. You can see these big fringes on its front legs. Now that's not there just for good looks. This is also a very jealous bee. He's a jealous lover. And so what happens is, when he's mating with a female, he actually covers her eyes up with those fringes so that she can't see any competing males. Form and function. So early on when I was photographing bees, this again was around 2000 and probably 2014, I began to get really interested in these little sweat bees because they're ubiquitous and they're fast flying and they're so beautiful and they're very tiny. Again, this is a species that's smaller than a grain of rice. And so I was thinking, wow, if I really want to draw people's attention to bees, I need to focus on these little guys because they're so beautiful and they're everywhere. So I went to Great Smoky Mountains National Park, which was about an hour and a half from my home in South Carolina. And I was there to look at the insect collection. And Becky Nichols, the park entomologist, was showing me all of these sweat bees. And then she said, hey, have you ever heard of the rusty-patched bumblebee? And at that time, I was not interested in bumblebees at all because I figured, you know, everybody knows about bumblebees and they're cute and fuzzy, but they don't look as cool as these metallic bees or whatever. But I was being nice and I said, yeah, okay, tell me about what's happening with the bumblebee. And she told me that the bee hadn't been seen in the park in several years. It used to be one of the most common species in the area and it hadn't been seen in all of those years. And I asked her why. Because the Great Smoky Mountains, if you've been there, I know certainly Jim has been there, it's one of the most biodiverse places in the world. I mean, it's truly areas of temperate rainforest, tons of trees, tons of diversity of plants. It's a large space, and much of the park is never even traveled upon by people. You know, they tend to do this typical circuit, and then that's it. So it's very untouched in many ways. And Becky said, we don't exactly know why the bee is going extinct. We just know that there are rumors that a parasite has spread throughout the population of this bee and is causing a severe decline. And in fact, over the past 15 years, this bumblebee has declined 90%. It was one of the most common species of bumblebees in the eastern half of the United States, and it declined 90%. And it turns out that 1 out of every 4 species of bumblebee in North America is at risk of extinction for similar reasons. But at that time, we were still trying to figure out exactly what was happening. Now, the other problem with this species is that no one really knew in general that it was going extinct. We were talking about, again, the honeybee, the death of the honeybee. And that was all anyone thought about. And I looked at this bee on the pen, and this is a true story. I was looking at it, and then I looked across the room, and there was a stuffed passenger pigeon in a glass case, just staring with his glass eyes. And I've always been saddened by the idea of the loss of the passenger pigeon. If you're not familiar with this bird, it was one of the most ubiquitous, highest density population bird species in the world. The flocks were rumored to start when the sun was rising, and they could still be flying. This one flock could be flying over when the sun set at the end of the day. There were so many of these birds, and there are several accounts similar to that. They were almost like a superorganism in themselves. And so people would shoot them for market hunting. They would shoot them for sport. We never had any idea that this species could ever go extinct. But in 1914, the last one died. And we still don't know the repercussions that this has had on the ecosystem. But you can imagine how that many birds would be spreading seeds, would be doing things of that nature, changing everything. And so I looked at this bumblebee and I thought, I can't allow this, maybe I can't save the species, but I'm not going to allow it to go into silence and go extinct in silence. Now at this time, a couple of organizations had tried to protect this bee and put this bee on the endangered species list. At that time, there were no species of North American bee on the endangered species list, even though so many were in trouble. The Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation, in partnership with the natural NRDC, had worked to try to sue the Fish and Wildlife Service to give them information about whether or not the bee warranted to be listed. Now, when you're trying to list something on the endangered species list, there's something called the 90-day finding, which is you put forward a proposal to the Fish and Wildlife Service and say, I think this species should be listed for these reasons. And by law, the Fish and Wildlife Service is supposed to come back to you within 90 days and say yes or no. At that point, it had been over 900 days since the petition had been submitted with no response from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And this was under the Obama administration. So you can only imagine now how things might be. So I said, okay, well, what I want to do is I want to, first of all, go and talk with all of the experts. I want to put together a film and photograph the species in the wild. I want to show people more than just a specimen on a pen, and I want to take this film to the public so that maybe we can create some awareness around. I was going to say create some buzz, but it's too easy around the loss of the species. So I went out, and I was lucky enough to be able to find a very few of these in Madison, Wisconsin. And you can certainly see that it's much better to see a living rusty patch than a dead one on a pen. So I photographed it feeding and flying, and I photographed it resting, and I took these images, and I talked with experts. And one of the things that seemed to be the culprit for the loss of this bee is actually raising bees for greenhouse pollination, which on one hand, it's great that people are experimenting with using native bumblebees in the US for pollinating crops like tomatoes. But the challenge is in the US at this time, from a federal level, there's no regulation for where these bees are shipped. And the original source for these bees actually came from, in the late 70s, early 80s, several different species of North American bumblebees were shipped to breeding facilities in Europe because we didn't have the facilities in the US at that time. And then once the numbers were high enough, they sent those back to the US. Now the challenge is that these bees, once they've been bred alongside European species, and when they came back, they had a gut pathogen called Nosema bombi, which affects the fitness of the bees in many ways, including males. The males become so full of these spores from this species of pathogen that they can't breed. And so we're learning a lot of new things about what's causing that, but in the meantime, these bees are being shipped all over the place. And even during the film, we were able to witness bees that were very lethargic, very different than the wild species. This is Bombus impatiens, the common eastern bumblebee. And it was just barely moving out throughout the greenhouse. And then we watched as they would fly out of the vents of these greenhouses and mingle with the wild species. So they weren't contained in any kind of way. Our species from the east are now spreading into the west coast, and this is happening in other places as well with similar situations, like in South America, in Chile and Argentina, the world's largest bumblebee, Bombus dalbamii, which is often called a flying mouse. It's this bright orange bumblebee, is being pushed to extinction for the very same reasons. No regulation on these greenhouse bumblebees. So we produced this film, and the film was a big success. I presented it all over the country, including on a congressional briefing on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. And we created a petition to protect the bee. And we raised 130,000 signatures of support for protecting the bee on the endangered species list, which we delivered to the Fish and Wildlife Service. And I was told by members of the Fish and Wildlife Service that this was the highest public outcry in recent memory for protecting a species. And amazingly, in that September of that same year, we were able to get positive finding on the 90-day finding. And then in January of 2017, in the New York Times, they announced that the bumblebee received protection under the Endangered Species Act. So there is power that can come from producing films and outreach about species. And I should say, I have felt in my career at times embarrassed that I'm not a biologist. I don't have a biology degree. But what I've learned over time is that, like Wallace, somebody who is passionate about invertebrates and passionate about nature, you can make a big difference just by raising your voice and being too stupid to quit, which is something I also share with Wallace at times. My ship didn't burn up, but certainly had some crashes. So that all led me to start thinking about another species of bee. And I first encountered Wallace's giant bee after I read The Song of the Dodo. Of course, one of the things that I think is so amazing about a book like the Malay Archipelago, which we've been shown today, is that within a book like this, there are so many treasures to be mined. And so many people in this room have taken different pieces of that book. And I remember reading this book around 2003, 2004, and being so struck by this description of an insect that Wallace found in the North Molucca island of Bachin, a large black wasp-like insect with immense jaws like a stag beetle. It was so bizarre looking that Wallace didn't immediately call it a bee. It was eventually described in 1859 as a bee, but at the time, Wallace had not even seen a living specimen of this bee. It was actually given to him by one of his field assistants. So I was really fascinated by that, and that really stuck with me over the years. And I remember when I read that book, it was so foreign to me. I had done some traveling, but I had never been in that part of the world really, and I had never, in my wildest dreams, several years in the future, I'd be the person that actually photographed the first living giant bee. My first real encounter with this giant bee happened in May of 2015. I was on a shoot in New York City, and a friend of mine, Hollis Woodard, said, "You should go see my friend Eli Wyman at the American Museum of Natural History." He was a bee expert there in Jerry Rosen's lab. And so, similar to my experience in the Smokies, I went in to look at bumblebees. I was really stuck on bumblebees at that point, and that was all I was thinking about. And so I spent a lot of time looking at South American species, European species of bumblebee, and some of the ones that I wanted to photograph in North America. And right at the end, Eli got a sly look on his face and said, "Would you like to see a Wallace's giant bee?" And I was like, "Would I? Of course I would." And he pulls out this bee, and I was blown away. It was so amazing. It was so immense looking. I never thought in my life I would actually be able to see this bee. Now, I should mention to you that the bee was seen in 1858 by Wallace and wasn't seen again until 1981 by an American forester and researcher named Adam Messer and his assistant Paul Taylor, who were in Indonesia studying forestry and looking for forestry opportunities, which is kind of a theme that comes up later on, actually, with someone else who had reportedly seen the bee at this point. And Messer collected a handful of specimens, and this is one of Messer's specimens. So they're still incredibly rare in museums, so just the chance of being able to see a specimen was incredible. But then Eli says, "Hey, we should go and try to be the first people to document this species alive." And I was super excited, and that's all I could think about really on my way home from New York. And we talked about it for quite a while, and then 2 years later, a friend of mine, Robin Moore, with the organization Global Wildlife Conservation, was putting together this lost species campaign. And typical to any kind of campaign like this, it's really hard to lobby for an invertebrate to be included on this list. You know, there's like boring things like tree kangaroos and, salamanders and giant tortoises, but no invertebrates. I'm just kidding. I love all of this stuff. So I lobbied pretty hard, and Robin included the giant bee on his list. And there was an article that came out, and we were super excited. And then the funding fell through for the project. So here we are with this bee on the list and no funding to go and find the species. So we were pretty bummed about that. And then we continued to think about how we're going to make this work. And we started studying Messer's paper in detail. And this paper is a very short paper. It's the only paper that exists on the behavior of this bee. It's a 3-page paper. But within that paper, there were a few clues that we could put together to help try to find where this bee was at. Because again, remember at this time, there were no site-specific places that we could go to. The bee had not been seen in many years in the wild, and we didn't even know if it existed. But in Messer's paper, he mentioned 3 locations: Bachin Island, where Wallace had discovered the bee, Tidore, which is south of Ternate, and then Halmahera, which is the largest island in North Maluku. And he also included a little Easter egg in his paper, some GPS coordinates, where he said he had collected one of the bees. So we were excited. This was pre-Google Earth, but we punched the numbers into our computer, and lo and behold, the location came up as in the ocean. And still to this day, we don't know if that was on purpose or by accident. Messer is a very interesting character. Eli was actually able to get in touch with him through an incredible chain of trying to get in touch with him through various people. He still lives in Asia. He's a very elusive character, and he was not incredibly helpful, but he was supportive. He wanted us to go find the bee. he put us in touch with his assistant, Paul Taylor, and we began to discuss how we could go find the bee. But right before we left in 2018, and we were sort of, at that point, still didn't have the funding. We were still hoping to raise the funding and that kind of thing. And it's a long way to go, and we didn't know if we could find it. We didn't feel an incredible sense of urgency. This happened. A specimen showed up on the marketing site eBay. And I don't know if you can read from the back of the room, but the sale price, the final sale price of this bee was $9,100 US of this specimen, which is a tremendous amount of money. It's a lot of money for me, and for in North Molucca, that's a lot of money. At one point, the highest bid went up to $39,000 US for this specimen of this bee. And this could be that the person who was selling the bee was also bidding against themselves, because it was retracted. But either way, the thought of an insect specimen from a very remote part of the world going on sale for that much money and selling for that much money really sent fear throughout my heart. Because not only is this bee found in a place that's very remote where financially it could set somebody back for a few years with money. Also, one of the things that Messer mentions in his paper is that this bee lives in arboreal termite mounds. So you can imagine walking through the forest and you have these big termite mounds made of carton, composite of fecal matter and dirt and these kinds of things. They're very obvious. So it's not like a bee that nests in the ground where you're not exactly sure where it's nesting. Every one of those nests could contain one of these bees, so it's very easy to think that you can go through the forest and cut down one tree after the other until you find these incredibly valuable jewels to sell online. So I began to talk with colleagues about what I needed to do. I had told a few people that I was very much having secret conversations with people because I knew that I didn't know where the bee was. I did want to go and photograph it, and I didn't want to really bring a lot of attention to this, but I felt that I had to do something because this was something that only a few people had seen. And my fear was that while the general public might not be aware of what was happening with this bee, that insect collectors and insect sellers would know the value of this bee. And this would spur people on who had access to the insect to sell more and more of them. And because at that point, and even at this point, we don't exactly know the value, the diversity or the abundance of species that we have in the field, I was concerned if we didn't bring attention to the public, then something bad could happen. So I wrote this article for National Geographic, Wallace's Giant $9,000 Bee, and received a lot of criticism for it, but also support. Scientists were concerned that we didn't know if the species was rare or not, so why would we try to draw attention to this? Again, my idea is that if your job is to sell insects online, you're going to know the value of species. I mean, that's your bread and butter. And I wanted to help try to draw awareness to this bee for the same reasons that I did with the rusty-patched. I wanted to try to create some protections for it, which, as you know, it's very difficult with large mammals and large animals, but with insects, it's very difficult. The question I ask is, does a species need to be rare to qualify for protection? Recently someone mentioned to me that this bee is probably very abundant, we don't need to protect it. And my thought is, well, why wouldn't we try to protect it until we learn more? And it's the idea that should hobbyists be allowed to freely collect a species until it's been studied? What happens in the meantime? I sort of think of it like, imagine that somebody says to you, here's a vault and here's all the money you're ever going to have in your life. Now, please give it away to your friends. But you're not allowed to count how much money is in that vault. You're just giving it away. No one would do that in their right mind because it's money and it's something that is not, you don't have infinite resources from, but somehow we tend to want to do that with species. So my idea was to try to help protect this species based on its value from collections by hobbyists, not by the scientific community, because I wanted to at least help raise its profile to the point where we could help protect it. So because of this, in January 2019, we decided we would set off on an expedition. And the team was comprised of myself, Eli Wyman, Simon Robson, who is an entomologist from Australia, and along with a writer, Glenn Chilton. And they were both, Simon and Glenn were working on another expedition to go over and look for the bee for a documentary series. So we decided to go over and look for it as a team. And one thing I thought about as I prepared to go was that quote from Wallace. The irony of the fact that Wallace was over collecting the bee, and I was going over in his footsteps, but also to stop the collection of the bee. And it was interesting to hold those two things, whereas I think in the spirit of Wallace, he cared about the bee, and I cared about the bee, but I realized that because he had gone over there and brought it to the attention of the world, people were going to collect it and then take advantage of it. So it was an interesting thing. We started off our adventure in Ternate, which is this small little, well, I'm actually covered it up, but it's a small little island here, and it used to be the center of the spice trade. And when you travel to North Molucca, I'm sure several of you have been there, you realize very quickly that it's one of the biggest cities in this whole area. Ternate is a bustling place. It's been like that for quite a long time. But beyond that area, it gets very tricky to travel in. And we met our guides there, actually. So we started out, this is a view of Ternate, sort of these small houses nestled among these beautiful mountains and volcanic mountains. And this is our team. This is Ishwan, Majud, Eka, Simon, Eli, and myself, and our driver, Mr. Tak, who was very fond of American pop music and would play it at extreme volumes as we drove through the countryside. In fact, Mr. Taks was not a good hiker, but he insisted on going with us wherever we went. So Ishwan told him that there was this beautiful lady named Jamalia who was hanging around the hotel. So Mr. Taks would just go hang out with Jamalia or look for her and write love poems for her while we were in the forest. It was an extreme adventure. As we looked around Ternate, though, we were seeing a lot of amazing things. These giant stick insects, which was, that was about this big, beautiful birds. I saw a lot of really incredible bees. This is a blue cuckoo bee in the genus Thyreus, and just amazing things. At night, I went out and found these sleeping bees, so extraordinary. Again, these are all males sleeping on this vegetation in the genus Amygdala. And we found some megachile. In fact, this is a very unflattering portrait of Simon looking at a megachile in a test tube, and it was a big black megachile, and we thought, is this the bee? Because there was no video, there was no footage of the species alive. And we had to double check every bee that we saw. Now this is within our first day in the field, and we saw several large black insects flying around, and so we thought, is this it? And then we would release them and follow them, and this one was nesting in the ground, so we knew that it wasn't Pluto. But there was so little that we knew. And we spent a lot of time looking around Ternate, and I saw a bee that looked very much like the size of Pluto flying up over some palm trees. And so who knows if it was Pluto, but we also saw lots of flying beetles. We saw flying wasp, all of these kinds of things that we were like running after desperately. I'm sure that the locals were probably not used to seeing that. We were quite a spectacle. So next we went to the big island of Halmahera. And how many of you have ever taken the boat ride from Ternate to Sofifi and Halmahera? So one person. This was insane. So they have these boats with two motors, and the seas were really rough that day. I don't know if you've experienced that before, but this day was insane. And the boats have two people on board that work for the boat. They have the pilot and the guy in the back who's pouring gasoline into the motors as it goes across. And he's smoking a cigarette as he's pouring the gasoline across. And so this is a quick video of that experience because it was just nuts. Like we were banging our heads on the boat. It was absolutely insane. And so then we get over to Halmahera to the docks, and we'd been promised that we would have a vehicle. This is how we met Mr. Taks. And it was all out bedlam trying to negotiate that we only wanted one minivan for our team. And poor Ishwan, our guide, sits in the back with all of these bags, but it was insane. Our driver had a handgun, and he was like, it was just insane. Nobody understood what we were talking about, and I'm not good at playing hardball, in case you can guess by my mannerisms. But eventually we got on the road and we went to this small village. And this was a village that Messer had visited early on. And we went in, we told the village chief what we were doing there. We met up and said, hey, we're here to look for the giant bee. We know that there are certain people that had experience in 1981. Could we meet those people? Are they still here? Everything was positive. We were very open and honest about what we were there to look for. And they put us up in a house owned by the secretary of the district. This is Simon. This is not at the beginning. This is after a few days of some stomach issues. And, and we had a lot of visitors to the house, including a lot of giant huntsmen. And every day we would go out and explore the forest around where Messer had found the bee originally. And a lot of those forests had been cleared for orchards. So we had to end up going further and further afield. And what we worked out is, because we knew that the only thing we knew about the bee was it was big and black and that it nested in termite mounds. And so we would go out and just spend days craning our necks. If we saw anything at all flying around one of these termite mounds, and many of them were 20, 30 feet up in the trees, we would just sit there with binoculars for 20 minutes at a time staring at it and then move on. It was exhausting. And so there are a lot of photos from the trip of us just doing this. And then at the end of the day, we would come back to the village, and luckily this is a dark photo. It's amazing because we are very white, and we would stand out and all of the village would come and watch us swim because they had never seen anything so white in their lives. It was an amazing experience to be in a place where, honestly, we were the only Westerners that we saw pretty much the entire 3 weeks or so that we were there. And so we would go every day into the forest looking at nests. It was pretty exhausting. We did this for about, I don't know, probably a week and a half, 2 weeks. And then the last day we were in this one particular area, we were walking back to the car to get lunch. And we were pretty much like, well, you know, we came here, we've had a great experience. We haven't found the bee, but, you know, this is a great time. We're having a great time. And Ishwan said afterwards, he saw this nest. It was about 6.5, 7 feet off the ground. And he said, I almost didn't tell you because I was really hungry. And so we knew we had fried bananas and fish waiting on us. And so anyway, luckily he did tell us, and he climbed up and looked in this nest. He's an amazing tree climber. Peered in with his camera phone, flashlight, and jumped back down immediately and said, snake. Ishwan hates snakes. He's an amazing person, but he is terrified of snakes. And so Eli climbed up and he said, I don't see anything, but this nest, this opening looks just like the kind of opening that I would imagine a giant bee would use. So I climbed up and looked inside, and I saw something, and I was like, that's definitely the giant bee. And so it was on a jackfruit tree. It was a very small tree. Unlike Ishwan, I weighed twice as much as he does, so I wasn't going to actually climb up the tree myself for very long for fear of knocking it over. So our guides built us a little pedestal to look in, and I was going to try to get a photo of it in the nest because I was thinking, you know, that may be the best I can do. So this is some of the first footage ever of a Wallace's giant bee in its nest. It's just shot with my camera phone, but still you can give me a sense of what we were seeing. So it's actually in there, and it lines its nest with this resin to keep it separated from the termites. And so you can see that's its eyes, her eyes. This is a female. These are her jaws, and she's pressing this resin up against the side of the nest. So at this point, I'm like, great. We've got some video proof that we've seen it. It's terrible footage, but it's also amazing because no one's ever shot this before. But I really had in mind to get this shot that's going to help protect the bee. And I was like, how in the heck are we going to do this? Because, you know, usually you find a bee in the nest, they're going to go in, do a few things, and then fly out and then fly back in again. And so I was waiting and waiting and waiting. And she wasn't budging. She didn't really seem to be afraid of us. She was just busy doing her thing. And so we were just ecstatic, but also like terrified. Like, what if we don't get the shots? It was a very emotional experience. I wept for 45 minutes. I'm just kidding. That's not true. So what we did, I did shed a little bit of a tear, I'm going to be honest. So what we decided to do is we put a net over the end of the entrance of the nest, because I started thinking, if she does fly out, where's she going to go? Like, will she ever come back? What are we going to do? I need to get some proof. So we put a bag from one of our nets over the entrance of the nest, and we waited. And we were excited, but then an hour later, we weren't as excited as we were when we first started doing it. The day was coming to an end. We had to actually move on the next day. We'd made some promises of where we were going to go speak. So we decided what we would do is take a piece of grass and a tube and tickle her. And we tickled her a little bit, and she walked right out into the tube. And we go, okay, that was easy. So how do we photograph her? So I put her in a flight box. And talk about nerves. I mean, we've flown all the way around the world, the four of us, to do this. Now the pressure's on me to try to get photos of this bee without it escaping. And I can tell you that I have a high percentage of times when I've tried to photograph something, it's escaped. So I was like, this cannot happen. So we put her in this flight box. Here I am. I just want to show you this because my guns look good, guys. Anyway, and moving on. So we had her in the box, and this is like the amazing moment where, I should say, Wallace never heard the giant bee, right? Because he was given a specimen. So to hear the wings of this was just so incredible. So be quiet, and I'll shut up. You can hear. Wow. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. To hear the wings.
Whoa. Yeah, that's the sound of Wallace's jaw.
Even Wallace didn't hear it fly. That's true. Somebody brought him a dead specimen. And we were just, it was unbelievable. We were so happy. And so I was able to get some photographs of the bee on the white background. But again, I didn't have the natural history picture that I wanted. So I decided to do this grand setup where I had flashes all around the nest. I had flashes on the background in the forest because it was very dark where we found it. And we released the bee thinking it was going to fly back into the nest. And this is a picture of me ready. I'm using an ultra-wide angle macro so I can see the nest. She flies, she walks, she flies. I get a nice shot of her backside. And then she flies forward, and I get this one shot of the bee in front of the nest. And that was why we came all the way around the world to photograph this bee, is to get this shot showing her with the nest, showing her in the habitat, so that we could then bring this picture to the public and try to help protect it. So we were on cloud nine. Our guides were so thrilled. I mean, everybody was just, it was an amazing experience. And then we come back to the house, and these four guys show up on motorcycles. And I had not seen these guys in the village. We were definitely an object of attention in the village. People would just stand and watch us every day. But we had not seen these guys before. And I immediately said, either we're going to be robbed or arrested or something's going to happen. And I quickly put my images on a memory card and hid it. Because I figured, well, at least I've seen the bee. I don't know what's going to happen. But these guys come in. These guys on the end here. This is a staged photo they made us take at the end. These guys, and this guy was the leader, and this guy. And they said they were from the secret police from the Indonesian government. And that they were there to figure out what we were doing. And we hadn't broken any laws. We had told people we were there to look for the bees. We'd even gone so far as to put out flyers in the village because no one had seen the bee. Like, we were really trying to, we told the chief while we were there. He was like, okay, no problem. And these guys came in, and this guy in particular was looking through all of our guides' phones, trying to figure out what we were doing there, taking photos of our passports. This guy on the end, who was, I think he was a big fan of the 80s. He had the scarf, and he kept doing this a lot. He was like, no problem, everything's great. Sometimes tourists end up in the ocean. And so that made me feel really good. He goes, yeah, don't worry, we're going to protect you. And I knew that there was something weird. I expected we were going to be asked to give a bribe. Well, it turns out, I found this out after we got back. The rest of the time that we were in Indonesia, these guys were tailing us. It turned out that when Paul Taylor was in this particular area, he told one of the village chiefs, you have something really, really special in your forest. You should protect it at all costs. And in about 20 or 30 years, people are going to come back wanting to see that. Well, the villagers thought they meant gold. And so these guys were working for the government, and they thought we were there prospecting for gold for some big gold mining operations from Australia and the US. Because how would anybody, people were talking about this apparently after the fact, why would anybody fly all the way around the world to find a bee? No one could understand it. Well, I'm that guy, sadly. So, Jim, how am I doing on time? Yeah, you've got a few minutes. Okay, good. So we went, I gave presentations. There was suddenly a general excitement among the Indonesian science community about what we had found. We come back and we released the story in February, and the story went viral. It was amazing. Over 2,000 media hits, a 2.4 billion person reach, which is unbelievable. It was the biggest story in the world that day on the BBC. It was the #2 story on Google for that day. Even I knocked President Trump out, which I was super excited about. Second only behind the death of Monkees guitarist Peter Tork, which once again mammals usurp insects. Disappointment. So it's on everything. It's on the New York Times. It's on around the world on everything. Truly, this story went viral. We could not believe the reception that we were getting. There was fan art about the bee, like lots of art. This is one of my favorites, a reimagining of Wallace's giant bee. Lots of bees showing the giant bee with honeybees. A very bizarre video that I wouldn't recommend on Facebook, on YouTube, Stung by Wallace's giant bee, where it comes from a volcano and attacks somebody in a town. Someone even had it tattooed on their feet. There were cartoons. It even made it into the Mark Trell comic, which I'm a huge fan of. It's a comic from the 50s, I guess, maybe even earlier. And this past month, it was in National Geographic magazine around the world. So suddenly everybody had bee fever. But as a part of this, it was also featured on the front page of the Malay Post, based out of Ternate. And it was a big story. And one of the mistakes I made when we released this video and this story is that I had taken a photo of Eli holding the bee in a tube. And remember that photo that I took in 2015? People were suddenly putting these images together and thinking that we had collected the bee, which caused a lot of problems because we were there on tourist visas. And just before our trip, some Polish citizens were arrested for collecting centipedes and orchids illegally. And so as a result of that, they had been thrown in prison and stuff. So this got very serious. And so very soon after that, I was called a biopirate on the front page of the Malay Post. Why I was the only one singled out, I don't know. I blame it on that shot where the gun, never mind. Anyway, the point is that I was singled out as a biopirate, and people wanted to ban me from Indonesia. It was very, very serious. Now, even though we told people that we had found the bee, it wasn't until after it got this huge media attention that suddenly it was a big problem. And there was an entomologist working with the government, which, by the way, we did contact university officials. We tried to get researchers involved ahead of time, and nobody would take the bait. This person came forward and was leading the charge to have me banned from Indonesia. Fortunately, we were able to have our name cleared. There was an article that came out in Manga Bay where they were spreading this story, and then I was able to show them proof that we had been cleared. But it was a very tense time, for sure. Even the Sultan made a statement about the giant bee, talking about that we need to protect all of the bees in our forest and preserve the population. So I felt pretty good about what we had been able to do. But shortly after that, many more, probably about 5 more sets, including males this time, showed up on eBay, which was a real problem, including another specimen in Morotai Island, which has actually not been officially documented, but I have the actual location, so this is a new location for the bee. So, did it make a difference? My conclusion. Well, conservation is not like a light switch. You, quote unquote, save something, you bring something to the public's attention, and then it's not over at that point. That's when the fight begins. So remember when I had this joyous moment where the bee was in the New York Times? Well, right after that, Trump came into power and delayed the listing of the species from the endangered species list. Fortunately, a story that I can tell you over beers, shortly after that, it was the Trump administration put it on the endangered species list, so it is protected. But the idea is that, getting something protected, no matter what form that holds, sometimes takes a long time to actually come to fruition. And we're still doing work with the Rusty Patch, and it's able to help stop pipelines. It's been doing some amazing things. So back to the giant bee. The last things that have happened is I started working with a great organization called Traffic, which controls wildlife trade around the world. And I was able to get some colleagues who work with the Indonesian government to give me this letter, which basically says that this bee should be protected and then we should do more scientific research for the bee. And I was able to take this letter back to Traffic and send it to some of the world's leading organizations that allow trade and sell, like eBay, for example. And so as of today, this bee is no longer able to be sold online on eBay and Facebook and some other sites. So this has all happened. It's been a wild ride, but it's basically because we brought it to the attention of the world. And my conclusion is that, the authorities are working very seriously to conduct surveys. They're very serious about protecting these bees. They're monitoring poachers behind the scenes and keeping an eye on people who are collecting the species. We've now discovered, just recently actually, one of my colleagues that often spends time in Indonesia and some other people have been able to find males for the first time, and it's really beautiful. And it's such a shame I wasn't able to see it, but it has these golden bits on the behind of the head. This is in Tama National Forest, where I searched for the bee and unsuccessfully wasn't able to find it. You can't see it very well, but this is a male. So good things are happening, and as I mentioned, not only is the bee protected, but because of this rediscovery, Traffic has created new rules to protect newly discovered and rediscovered species until they can be protected. So this should help protect a lot of different endemics. And finally, in the national park, their plans are underway to develop an Alfred Russel Wallace Entomology Research and Education Center. Entomology has become suddenly a big deal in this part of the world, so people are very excited. And for me, I just think that's really what it's all about. So thank you guys so much.